turn the floor over to Mr. Ray and ask that you give us a highlight reel of this general information report.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so I start off with the with our forecast. So the forecast is dry with increasing warm conditions for the week. There's going to be fog all week long, so starting in the morning. Right now I don't know the exact time frame, but I'm getting that developed as we develop the forecast. Rain will return to our forecast sometime next week. So the KBDI, that's the index that we use to judge whether or not we need to issue a ban on burning outside. The KBDI average is about 424 for this week. We had a max of 547 over the week. The engagements for the EOC for the 30-day plus, we're still developing the Hurricane Conference, which will happen on May 2nd through the 6th at RMB. The 2022 Texas Emergency Management Conference will happen on May 31st through June 3rd. That's going to be in San Antonio. For this month, the 30-day outlook for the EOC. So we had a couple of team members go to the Union Pacific training. It's a rail car training for understanding if there's an emergency for anything out on the railhead, and then how to bring that knowledge back to the EOC and engage in, if that particular incident turns into an emergency, how to engage our forces to help. We're planning a full-scale exercise with the Red Cross. Right now we're planning that to happen on the 26th of March. We're still talking that through as well. The EOC is starting to develop a communication exercise and communication training. It helps us to understand our interoperability as well as the communication equipment that we have on hand. We started that last week. We're going to start taking notes and updating our calendar so everyone will know what we're doing. And then we'll start to reach out across the spectrum of Nueces County and the region so that we can have more play into our interoperability. The biggest thing that we have going on for this month is our EM plan updates. All right, so we're changing the EM plan from the traditional annexes and appendices to what is more accepted with FEMA, which is Antietam now, which is the use of the emergency support functions. There are right now 15 emergency support functions that we're trying to develop. What we're ending up doing is taking part of those annexes and appendices and put them in the right places for those emergency support functions. This is going to take a signature with the judge and the mayors as well as the council to have a look at. So we're planning to try to have that done by the end of March. Also with that, there are certain grants that come with having an updated EM plan. So we reached out to Tatum to figure out what day they need our EM plan completed. As of right now, we still have some time to get it updated, but it's traditionally at the end of March we're supposed to have it done. So community engagements. Nueces Regional Flood Planning Group will have 3 meetings over the next month, on the 8th in Cotulla, the 21st in Leakley, and the 22nd in Sinton. And yesterday we attended the Coastal Bend COG Texas State, Friday we attended the Coastal Bend COG Texas Statewide Interoperability Coordinator Conference. And yesterday we attended the LEPC General Meeting. COVID. So our COVID infection rate is about 10%. Right now, we had planned on doing COVID testing every Thursday, and we're talking to the city now to see how that's going to go forward. Some of the issues and concerns that we have. So last week we had a a fire that started with a outdoor burning. And I don't know the exact acreage that was burned, but we had 3 fire departments respond to that, along with the Nueces County Fire Marshal. I would like to remind everyone that a burn ban is in place for 30 days. The person that started that fire was issued a citation by the Nueces County Fire Marshal. We're starting to get into a season where riptides are happening, so we need people to be vigilant of that. And the EOC development is the last thing I want to talk about. So there's going to be some changes going on in the EOC as we try to develop our SOPs and plans to make it a more functional area. We talk extensively about changing some of the furniture around, so when you guys come up there, it may be some changes happening up there as well. Other than that, Judge, Commissioners, any questions?
Any questions anybody has?
That's a great report, and that's an even greater jacket you have on. That's really sharp.
Hey, sir, I give all credit to my wife. She has terrific taste.
I'm with you, man.
She married me, so that's how we're going to go with it.
Go with it.
Hey,
go with it.
Let's send her that video, right?
Yeah.
That's on that we got. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anybody else have any questions or concerns? I think maybe, Louis, maybe for next time, I know that there was some discussion last time about ERAP 2, and I know that there's going to be some good questions. Social services just left, and so that might be an opportunity. That's what clicked in my mind. Maybe on next agenda, we'll brief the court a little more about how we're going to manage administratively that ERAP 2, that emergency rental assistance programming. And while our ERAP 1 funds have already expired, we have ERAP 2. And what's interesting is that it really does, even if rent is not an issue for folks, the utilities can be paid from ERAP 2. And so I just think that that's where I think we're headed for next time. And then I also wrote down in my notes that I want the court to have a real awareness as we come into hurricane season about our temporary generators and the need to keep them on standby until such time as our permanent generators are installed. And so those are the two things that just sort of a window into next week or the week after, whichever, really the 16th, I suppose. And that's all I have, but thank you, and I'll echo the good jacket too. So.
Excuse me, Louis, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
You did say that the fire marshal issued a citation?
Yes.
You did? All right, thank you.
Thanks again. So commissioners, we'll move on. There's no action, it's just a report. But we'll move on to the consent agenda. And there's items A through I, and I'd like to pull I, which is the Bob Hall Pier demolition. Is there any other items, commissioners, that need to be pulled? And if not, I'd like to hear a motion for such approval.
Item G.
Item G is in girl?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Commissioners, nothing else? How about a motion for all items A through F and then H? A through F and then H. Motion to approve this consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll just take it in order. Item G is the South Texas Water Authority Board of Directors. This is the application procedure only. Commissioner?
Yes, Judge, I'm going to be abstaining
Okay,
on
thank
that
you.
item.
If
so-
the record could please reflect that. Is the application procedure the same as it's always been, as long as we're on it?
That's
No
correct.
difference?
No difference, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, move passage. That's all. Commissioner.
That's it. Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
And one abstention. All right, and then item I is the authorization of the award for CSP number 3187-21. It's the Bob Hall Pier demolition to Russell Marine, and authorized execution. At this time, I'll recognize Mr. Birch.
Thank you and good morning.
My name is Eric Birch. I'm an attorney with Birch, Beckler, and Mormon. I think I may be the minority firm that Russell referred to earlier. We're actually minority and women-owned firm. I spoke last week. I'm representing J.M. Davidson regarding this item. When this RFP was issued by the county, it identified 5 criteria that it would review. One of those 5 was cost, and it awarded a certain number of points for the low cost. Well, Russell Marine had the low cost bid. It was awarded full value as the low bidder. Then the staff went ahead and reviewed the rest of the criteria. Now, during your January 26th meeting, the staff indicated that all of the bidders were tied. So what that says is that J.M. Davidson obviously exceeded Russell Marine on some or all of the other 4 criteria. The important thing about all of this is that cost was considered when that selection committee reviewed the bids. So cost at this point is really off the table. It's already been included. But then the staff came back of the selection committee and said, we decided to use cost as the factor in deciding to recommend Russell Marine. Well, that's effectively double counting cost.
I got to interrupt here. So I've
Yes.
heard this twice, and
Yes, sir.
So I don't know if the scoring sheets are available to be released or what the situation is, because with all due respect, I've heard this twice from you now, but that's not correct. The scoring sheet did not reflect what you indicated, and that's why we're in this spot we're in. So maybe you need to talk to Mr. Robinson, or I don't know what's supposed to be out there, but the matrix did not score your client the best one. That's part of where we are on this and why we are where we are. So I don't want that to keep being said and someone not say that. And I know you probably said it because you think that's the case, and I'm not trying to, but you said it at the last meeting, and now you're saying it again. And Mr. Robinson's shaking his head, and I'm shaking my head because I didn't say anything the last time, but that's not correct. The scoring sheet did not have your client. It did not have it above all else. So somebody needs to get with these people and clear up this, because they are under an impression that is different than we are under impression. And as you know, I made that original motion because I wanted to do that, but then, based on legal advice that I'm not going to go into there, but you've got some bad information that I think we need to let this man have the information that so he can show his client they weren't scored the best, they were scored the lowest, and that was part of it. So it wasn't just cost, and I want you to understand that. I want the public to understand that, because this stinks that we're in this position, but so get him the information he needs so he doesn't keep thinking that.
And let's, before he does that,
it's not fair to him to keep coming up here and thinking
but
something.
before we do that, I'd like to gain control here, if you don't mind. I'd like to let him finish. I think that's a fair interjection.
But I think it might change his entire speech, because his entire speech
but
last time was based on this.
let him
and
finish.
What I was just going to suggest, Judge, maybe he could go talk to Mr. Robinson and we could bring him back in to finish, because once he sees what he sees, it may change his entire speech.
Yeah, I'll defer to our guest, and you can finish. And I also do recommend, of course, you're welcome to look at the information. And then, would you like to finish?
Well, first I'd like to say, Commissioner Chesney, you're absolutely right. We have tried to get the information. So what we're doing is we're trying to fill in the gaps, because we did hear several times that the bids all scored equally. It was said multiple ways. I went back and listened to the video again, and it says the bids were all equal. And so there's something in there that's not. So we would love to see that information. I guess in answer to your question, Judge Canales, is that if I have time to look at the information and then respond again,
Of
that
course,
would be
we can do that. And also, okay. Okay, well, hold on. I know, but just hold on. I'm going to let him do that. He'll have a chance to visit with you, and then he can come back. And Michael, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to clarify one thing for the record.
Okay.
And that is, while we are in the process of evaluating this opportunity, I cannot release those scoring sheets out until we've completed and awarded and executed a contract.
Okay. So in that case, thank you for the clarification. I have a question for you. Mr. Davidson said something that was new to me, and the new to me, I need you to confirm. And that is that he represented earlier in comment that your bid represented removal of the debris to the desired reef or the desired location that we had offshore. Can you confirm that your bid represented the movement of debris to our off-site reef?
I cannot confirm that simply
Okay.
because I've not read through J.M. Davidson's complete bid, so I
Okay.
don't know that. I do know that Marshall Davidson has said to me repeatedly that that is part of their proposal. I'm just saying I haven't read it, so I don't
Understood.
know.
That's fair. I just want you to know, I heard that from him this morning, and that's very different. So I think what we'll do now is, Commissioners, I'd like to bring this into executive session
I
at
do
this
have a
time.
question, because I think Michael, I need to ask you, I don't understand once it gets, those scoring sheets get handed out to us to look at, and we deliberate, and we come up with a way to do what we do, why in the world that would not be public knowledge by law, not by policy, but by law?
Yeah, this is not a policy statement. We're following the law.
Okay, I need to see that, because that makes it really hard to explain to the public and people who don't understand why they are where they are. There's no logic to me in this, and so
Yeah,
I need to really look at that too before we go into executive session.
And I would advise that you speak with county attorney in executive session, and they can explain exactly
I'm
why
happy to
that
do
is.
that, but I think it's important to maybe, I don't think that's attorney-client privilege where you could not explain the law on that so that people can understand why we can't reveal that.
And at this time, I can just cite to the section, and then I'll explain that in more detail in executive session as to what it means. But we're under 2269-155D, and it refers to when the points or when the system gets released. It's very specific, so and that's something we can discuss more in executive session.
Okay.
So that's fair. So if you'll make sure that you provide that to their attorney, because if you're telling me that I'm hamstrung on what I can release, that's fine, but I'm not going to be hamstrung in saying that the scores were different, and they were. I mean, that I'm sorry if that gets me in trouble, because that's not fair to them, because they're trying to get information, and to wait till a contract's signed to get information is a little rough. But I don't have it anymore, so I can't give it to you.
And how about if we do this, then? I think that's best that we move table item, we postpone, as they say, the action on item I and bring that into executive session
Yes,
for
ma'am.
further
Thank you.
discussion. Okay, that's where we are, Mr. Birch, and we're going to once again ask for your patience. We're going to take that item into executive session.
Okay, and then when you come out of executive session, well, since I'm not going to be able to see the evaluation documents today, can I follow up with a few extra
Absolutely.
additional comments? Well, I guess the key thing here right now is where we stand as far as what's on the record. Because what we've heard is the only debate on this item has been on January 26th. And that information said all the bids were equal. I understand there may be some difference when we actually see those documents, but that's what's on the record, is that all the scores, the bidders were equal. And then the decision was made to award it to the low bidder. And that is not the standard that must be followed for a Subchapter D award. Subchapter C, you evaluate all the bidders, and you, by law, in that January 26th discussion, there were some questions about can we even award it to anyone but the low bidder. And the question, I think, was legally, is there a problem in not giving it to the low bidder? If it was a Subchapter C proposal, that would be a problem. You're supposed to give it to the low bidder. But in Subchapter D, cost has already been included in the mix. So what's on the record is that we're going to give it to the bidder that had the low cost, which is not the standard. The standard is best value for the county, and there's nothing on the record saying that the best value is to give it to Russell Marine. It's only saying give it to them because they have the low cost. The other thing is there were supposedly a written protest filed by Russell Marine, and again, we've attempted to find that. We can't find that anything like that was filed, so that's another document that we would like to have a copy of if it was actually filed. The other thing is you'll notice that when Russell Marine made its comments on February 2nd, most of those comments were about the local impact. I think they recognize, he even said that we understand this is not a competitive bid standard, this is the subchapter D standard, but the discussion tended to offset your discussion about the benefit to the local area. Now, you heard Marshall Davidson speak earlier today, and it's pretty overwhelming the impact that Russell Marine has on the local economy. And so when you consider this, I just ask that you take into account that standard that's in the statute is the best value as you consider this award today, and I think you'll find the best value is J.M. Davidson. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on at this time, and I see her here. We have a presentation in a regular agenda item. It's from Melissa Sweeting. She's the Executive Director of the Coastal Bend Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, and this is having to do with really the activities of last year, but more importantly, Commissioners, we need to authorize, there's an action item to authorize her 21-22 contract.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We actually have packets put together for you guys. Would it be okay if Kaylin approached?
Be happy to,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. As you said, my name is Melissa Sweeting. I'm the Executive Director for the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. I'm also a social worker, so that was kind of cool to be here for that. I wanted to give you guys a little bit of background on our agency, just so you guys could kind of see what we all do. Although it's drug and alcohol abuse is in our name, it's really not everything that we do. We have been doing this for over 60 years. We are the longest standing nonprofit drug and alcohol treatment facility in our area. We currently provide prevention, intervention, treatment, and aftercare services. Our prevention team offers education for all grade levels. We go into schools. We teach kids about not only drug prevention, but we also teach life skills. We talk about peer pressure, self-esteem building, problem solving, decision making, bullying prevention, and so much more. We've been doing that for over 30 years. Under our intervention umbrella, we have two amazing programs. We have Project Link. Project Link works with moms and dads. We work with a lot of CPS parents who may need some assistance in just being better moms and dads. We are able, through that program, we provide a lot of training. We have classes such as toddler parenting, infant parenting, anger management. We even have a class where we teach parents how to play with their children. You'd be surprised how many parents really don't know just how to sit on the floor and just be present for their children. So we're able to do that. We're able to provide case management, client assistance. We provide tons of diapers. I can't even tell you the number of cases of diapers I order on a weekly basis. We provide formula, pack and plays. We can provide client assistance, emergency aid. We can pay a utility bill. We can help with rent. We can go to court with them. We can just be there for them. Through COVID, we've had to change our techniques a little bit, but we continue to offer services in person now. We offer afternoon classes, evening classes, weekend classes, Zoom classes, face-to-face. We go to homes. We do a lot of home visits. We do so much for parents. And then the other program under that umbrella, under our intervention umbrella, is our newest program, and that is our Operation Link program. And we were awarded that program last year. The program is designed to help service members, veterans, and their families. The main objective of that program is to reduce child abuse, neglect, drug abuse, and misuse in our veteran families. I'm most excited about that program because we've wanted to work with veterans for so long, and so being awarded that program has been really great. We do, like with Project Link, we do offer classes. These classes are geared towards military families. We offer classes in finance, benefits, and learning how to navigate a military life. We also offer financial assistance for that program as well, so we can help with utility bills, rental assistance, groceries, emergency aid, anything to really remove those barriers. Because I'm a storyteller, I have a quick story about this program. Recently, I saw a post on Facebook about a mom reaching out for help because she had lost her fiance. He passed away, it's been a couple months now, but she had lost her job about 6 to 8 months ago due to having to travel back and forth to MD Anderson with him while he fought his battle. And when he lost his battle, she realized that they had a child together, and although they weren't married, they still had this young child. And his family was very against her receiving any of his benefits because they weren't married. So she reached out on Facebook not knowing really where to turn because she had, this child that she felt like deserved some kind of benefit. So he was military. And so I reached out to her on Facebook. She called our agency, which I was surprised within minutes of me sending her our phone number. And we connected her with the case manager who went to meet with her immediately at her home and helped her. Then she connected with a coworker who is a veteran who understood how to work the road to benefits, and so they were able to help her get benefits for her child. While they were doing that, we helped her. We helped build her resume because she hadn't worked in a while. We bought her interview clothes so she felt really good about herself when she was going to these interviews. We paid some utility bills for her. We provided her child with some fun stuff. And I'm happy to say that mom did get a job, and she is on the path to receiving benefits for her little boy. So it's stories like that make my heart happy. So I just wanted to share that with you guys because, like I said, I like to tell stories. Most of our, if not, I would say most of our employees in that department are all veterans or military spouses. So they're able to really help the clients where they're at because they understand the system and how to navigate through it. Our treatment program has been around for over 60 years, and that program continues to provide much needed services to our community. The opioid addiction, while it's getting a little bit better, is still not going away anytime soon. We work with children with clients 13 and up. The youngest child we've ever worked with was 12 going on 13 with a heroin addiction. I have a 13-year-old nephew, and I can't possibly imagine having a child that young knowing how to use a needle to get relief and to get that high. But we did. We worked with him. His grandma brought him to us. He came from San Antonio after CPS removed him for heroin use. And so he's our youngest client, but this has been about 2 years, and he continues to be sober. He is part of our recovery program for youth. So we're able to kind of follow him and keep him on the right track. When a client comes in and starts in treatment, they're immediately matched with a recovery coach. Our recovery coaches are all in active recovery themselves. That used to be part of our grant was a requirement that they be in recovery. It's no longer a requirement, but it is an agency requirement. So we do require all of our recovery coaches to be in recovery so they understand what it's like. We do have 2 recovery programs. We have one for kids and we have one for adults. They are completely up and moving now. We still offer virtual groups and sessions for those that are just not ready to come out. We have a drop-in center, so the clients can come and drop in anytime. We always have hot coffee. We have video games, and we have ping pong and pool tables and all kinds of stuff to kind of help them. We also have couches where they can just sit and relax and try not to worry about what they're going through. Recovery is so important to helping people stay sober. But I think the main barrier that we as an agency remove for our community is that all of our services are free. We have grants that fund everything that we do. We never turn anyone away, which is something that we're very proud of. And y'all's support of our agency has been instrumental in us staying alive through COVID. COVID hit us very, very hard. We tried not to lose very many. We did lose. We had to lose a few, but We never shut our doors, not one day. Our counselors stayed there. We provided some services virtually. Some employees were able to work from home, but for the most part, we were there every day. We are essential to keeping people safe and to continue providing hope and healing. So I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud that that we did remain open. We never stopped for one day. But thank you guys so much. Your support has meant so much to us. And just calling Nueces County a partner of ours means a lot to us. So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Judge, question?
Is,
Just a question? May I ask?
yes.
I don't remember. What do we currently give?
50,000.
And the
50,000.
contract is for the same amount.
Okay.
And we use that for our match funds.
And I appreciate that. I just, I know how tough that the year has been for the council this year. And so, Judge, I just wanted to, on a one-time basis, I just wanted to add an additional $10,000 to that to help get them over that hump that I know they've had. So if you could make sure, I don't know if I need to do that in a motion or I just need to do it out of my precinct funds. So
I'll just add, we'll add it to the motion that there'll be a budget transfer to, I mean, this contract already has 50,000, but we can do it as an outside,
right.
We'll figure it out as a supplement. Here comes Teresa to tell you how to do it.
I think we raised it, we raised that amount last December, right? We raised it a little bit more, but
Yes.
did you get that right? Did you
Yes.
get
Right, and I just wanted, I've been involved with the council and with Melissa, and I just
Thank
know how
you.
tough it's been, so I just want to do it as a one-time to help them.
Thank you.
Thank you
We'll
so
make,
much.
we'll make the appropriate documentation, Melissa,
Okay.
for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so,
And whatever I give them already, I'll match the rest of it, 10,000.
Thank you so much.
okay, so
I
you'll,
think the county already does it, right? The county gives 50,000 now.
Correct.
Out of the general fund.
yes.
So I'm just
Correct.
adding from my precinct funds that additional 10,000.
And so Commissioner Gonzalez,
I know
you would
whatever he
like
wants
to
to do.
add out of your precinct funds?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
Teresa, can you make that
How much
note?
do you want to do?
All right, so
How much?
Melissa, as they say, well done. It's,
Melissa, I've always worked with the council, and I think y'all do a great job. I've gone to your meetings, I sit there and y'all hear the stories, and I just want to tell you that y'all been doing this forever.
Yes.
And I just want to thank you and your staff.
Thank you so much. This means so much to
People
me.
that deal with those issues every single day, like the social workers, they really have to be special people.
Yes, I have an amazing team.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
So thank
and
you.
Melissa, are you cued into the SUS, the Texas SUS Symposium? I feel like,
We're actually both going.
okay, great. So I want to, as it gets closer, on the 16th, we'll be making those announcements, but I'm just wanting to let the commissioners know, and when this statewide substance abuse symposium comes, that we're incorporating all our Nueces County partners to be a part of that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I
Excuse me,
appreciate you
Judge,
guys so
Judge,
much.
Yes.
I want to contribute as well,
Okay,
10,000.
all right. Okay, so Melissa, you have an additional 10,000,
Wow.
and
An additional
Hey,
30,000.
we do it for downtown, we can do it for you.
yes, I
That's
just
right.
meant
Yeah,
on
right,
top
right.
of
Do it
that.
for you.
I can't thank you guys enough.
Commissioner Hernandez. Yes. Melissa, as they say, I still need to do something wonderful, which is take a motion to approve the contract. And I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. A motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And again, we'll work with you on the details to add these additional funds from these precincts that are available to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Teresa?
So it's $10,000?
For Commissioner, 4, 1, and Gonzalez as well.
So that's
Two.
$30,000
One.
amended.
Can you check on mine, Teresa, and see if I have enough?
Okay.
If I do, then definitely I'll.
Melissa, sometimes precinct funds are available and sometimes they're not. Teresa helps keep all of the additional dollars that are available in the precinct funds. So let us get you the perfect number, and don't cry on us because we're going to cry too.
That's
You know what?
$90,000.
Do I need to add that as an amendment, or do we need?
No, sir. We'll
No.
adjust the contract.
And we'll make it all, when it comes to actual payment, we'll see it again here in court. Maybe we'll bring you back. And look, good people who do good things should be deserving of these types of actions. So I'm glad that you came today, but most importantly, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you all so much.
Yes. Wonderful.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. We'll get the right amounts, Commissioner, after, we'll get the right amount and bring it back as just sort of an acknowledgement after Teresa checks Commissioner Modis's availability. Okay. At this point, we're going to move to item number 2. It's another presentation, and this is for Bob Hall Pier Design Feedback Study. Today, Commissioners, you're going to receive the final study, and we're going to get a chance to talk about it. And to do that, we have our experts with us, Mr. Will Pettis, whose firm Pettis Advertising was the responsible coordinator for this awesome survey. And joining online virtual, Connie, just make sure she's got the ability to, is Deb Prost?
She's sharing her screen.
Oh, that's her screen. All right. Awesome.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Judge?
We can. So
Okay.
I'm going to hold on just 1 second while we make some adjustments. And Will is at the podium. He's going to introduce you and set the table so that you can run us through this presentation. Will?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Will Pettis. I was hired to administer the town hall meetings and gather survey data for the proposed new Bob Hall Pier. We had our first town hall meetings in July of 2021 virtually. And before those town halls, we released a survey that had over 1,600 participants. The opinions and concerns gathered were given to Jacobs Engineering, who used those opinions, wants, and needs for consideration in their designs. Recently, we had our second set of town halls in the end of January of 2022 that had options for in-person and virtual. Renderings and drawings of options for the proposed new pier were presented. A survey was released for which 669 people participated to get feedback from the community. That leads us to this moment where my partner Deb Prost, who is here virtually, who will walk us through those results. Thank you, Commissioners, Judge.
I appreciate it. Welcome, Deb, and we do see your slide deck and first slide on all our screens. So whenever you're ready, we are too.
Perfect. Well, I'm delighted to have an opportunity to be here today because my business, I love being able to go out into communities and talk to stakeholders and consumers to be able to get back this feedback to give to my clients. So the fact that we had such a large spectrum of feedback, not just from Nueces County, Corpus Christi, Padre Island, but also from outside of the area, it's just heartwarming. So before I get started, I would like to thank Commissioners Court, and in particular Commissioner Brett Chesney and you, Judge Canales, and all the city staff that went into helping us. We would not have been able to conduct the town hall meetings and send out this survey link to all the stakeholders without your help. So thank you very much for that. So I'll just walk through this. I won't spend much time on this page because Will kind of went over it. The 2 phases that we had back in the summer to get to the initial input, 2 town halls, also 22 one-on-one surveys, as well as this almost 1,700 consumer response. And then there was a little bit of a lull while the design team was designing. And then once we got those designs, that's when we went into this phase 2, which were 2 more town halls as well as another online survey. And the town halls were very well attended, about 200 or so there. So then the second survey, as Will mentioned, had almost 670 responses. These are all highly statistically significant sample sizes. This is just some of the renderings that were shown. I know they're a little bit small on this deck, but in the town halls, they were like 3 feet by 6 feet, very large. We have pictures of some of the consumers going around and looking at them and being able to refer to them. This was one that was more of a zoom up that had labels on it. And these were also all shown in the survey itself as well. So if they did not attend town hall, these were in the survey link. We also went over in the survey the differences between the old pier and the new pier. For example, width going from 15.5 to 20. The fact that there was no public event space on the old pier, but that is designed into the near pier. There was a restaurant, of course, on the pier, but it expanded and rotated for more ocean views. There was no covered event deck, and now there is designed in a deck with views to the ocean. There were small amount of concessions and retail, and that's greatly expanded in these designs. There was a small outdoor space for dining, and that's greatly expanded. There were no shade structures or seating structures, and the designs show several. Public restrooms were really only in the restaurant, and now there's 2 sets separate from the restaurant as well as those that are in the restaurant. There was only 1 T at the end of the pier. These designs had 2 mid-span angular Ts as well as a greatly enlarged angular T at the end. The NOAA equipment was present in the previous pier, but is being modernized and expanded in the new pier. There was no public messaging for safety, life safety, riptides, that type of thing before, and that's being planned in now. And yes, there was lighting, but it will be greatly expanded to include both safety lighting as well as fish lighting. And before I get into the results of this particular survey, I thought it was important to go back to one slide from the first survey with the 1,700 constituents. This pier is used by everybody for multiple things. The 1,700 folks got to say how many things they did. They could just click and write in. And so we had, they do an average of like 2.2 things on the pier. They walk on it. They just for the ambiance of it and to enjoy the sea breezes and the views and the stargazing and the sunsets and watching the surfers and talking to the fishermen. They eat at the restaurant, half fish. So those 3 are all pretty much equal, just enjoying the ambiance, walking, eating, fishing. They're all equal in use of this pier. Another 40% said they enjoy the bar. 37% said, yes, I just go to sightsee and people watch. 31% specifically watch for the surfers and the surf. 13% shop, and 10% say that they fish specifically for shark. So lots of uses for this pier. People love the pier, and you'll see they can't wait for it to get back up. So what we did is show those renderings that I showed you initially and had the consumers rate on a 5-point scale from very appealing down to not appealing at all. That's over here, the scale. There are 5 points, very, somewhat, neutral, not to, not at all, on each of these particular designs of the pier. So you can see the scores down here. Very appealing is 86, and it's the blue bar. So you can see how large these blue bars are. And then the somewhat appealing is the red bar. And then it goes down to the other colors. So if you just look at this top box, the very appealing, you can see that the scores range from 68 to 82. And if you add in the very and somewhat appealing, which is what we call the top 2 boxes, the range was way in the high 80s and the low 90s. Range from 84 was the lowest, but most of them were in the 87 up to the 93 range. So what this is telling me, but the fact that these scores on the top box are so positive, when you have 86%, people are going, yes, we love this. It's very appealing. There's an emotion to that. So on the pier, and then how it's set up, number 1 relates to the legend below, number 1. So pier width being expanded, you can see 86 plus 7, that's 93%. You're never going to please everybody, so there's usually always going to be 2 or 1% here on the not at all appealing, and a few people didn't even have an opinion. But the fact that this scale, you can just see from the size of the blue and the red bars, they really liked these designs. The expanded angular T at the end was 82 plus 10. That's, again, over 9 out of 10 saying that they find this appealing or very appealing. The modernized NOAA equipment was 77 plus 10. So if you add those two together, that's 87. You can see most of the rest just kind of fall into a neutral category there, somewhere between 3 and 9. The shade structures and seating, the fourth highest item, 75, very appealing, plus another 12, that's 87, almost 9 and 10. The night rendering, which I showed you earlier, item number 5 here, is 73% on the top box plus 15, so that's 88, almost 9 out of 10. The overall pier layout, number 6, again 88. The 2 mid-span angular T's, that's item number 7 here, which is 87. Various fish cleaning stations came out at 84 with the 2 added together, and the end of the pier design with the expanded angular structure as well as a fairly large shade structure came out also at 90%. So that was the appeal of the overall designs. Then we drilled down into just that entrance area when I showed you the large schematic that was kind of labeled. And you can see, to no great surprise, what was like the highest is the 2 sets of public restrooms. That's something that we had heard in the original study about the or the amenities that were wanted. And you can see that 86 plus 9, that's 95% saying we really find that appealing. A few people in the comments, were interested in having more bathrooms back at the end, but you can see you're talking down into the 2 and 1%. The expanded outdoor seating area, when you look here at number 2, that's also close to being 9 out of 10, find it appealing. The shade structures on the entrance plaza, 77 plus 12, so that's 89. The expanded and rotated restaurant, item number 4, 77 plus 11, so that's 88, almost 9 out of 10. The second story covered event deck, this is item number 5, again 85% when you add the 2 together. Concessions and retail building, item 6, the 73 plus 16. All of these, as you can see, are up into those 80s and even 90s. The overall pier entrance, which includes signage, the public event space, shade, seating, similar score, and then the public event space as well. So the designs that were shown were viewed to be appealing to very appealing. Now, we gave the consumer several options on, for example, the entrance signage. We showed an option A here with more of an obelisk, an option B, which is more of an overhead traditional sign, and option C, which had more of a nautical kind of theme to it. So the survey was set up to say, which do you prefer the highest, the second highest, and the third. So if you go down here to the pie chart, focus on the purple, B, which is the overhead sign, was the highest at 43% on the most preferred. The obelisk had 28, the red slice of the pie, and the yellow slice was the nautical. So to the right, I then put the top 2 preferences. So here's that 43% again from the liked best or ranked the highest, and then I added in the ranked second. So if you have the highest and second highest, that comes out to 82%. So 8 out of 10, a little over 8 out of 10 preferred this overhead slime. You can see the others, the 28 coming from the first preferred, there was 34%. On the second preferred, that makes 62. And on the nautical, that was liked least best. Even though they were similar, A and C was similar on the 28, 29, the nautical had less on the second. So the winner from the consumer perspective is going with something in this light, an overhead design. When we looked at the shade options, 3 were shown as well. F was what we're calling a trellis design. G is just more of an overhead design, and then H is a cantilevered. So if you go to the purple slice, the largest one, this cantilevered H, 6 and 10, basically preferred that one. The yellow slice, 24%, preferred just the kind of overhead. So the trellis, which, you know, lets light through and sun through, was like the least at 18. When you add in the second response, there was another 18% on the cantilevered, so that 3 out of 4 preferred the cantilevered. Now, the overhead had more, 60% on the second preferred, so that there's 84, so you can say, well, that was higher, but not really, because if you look at the passion score, it's a 58 versus a 24, more than double on that which is liked best. So from a statistical perspective, the cantilevered design was the winner on the shade options. On the seating options, they were shown a Q, which is more of a rectangular cement structure. Option R is a combination wood cement, and then S had more, it was cement with kind of angular stiles. So if you go to the most preferred and check the purple slice out, it was 62% liked this kind of wood cement combination. Then there was 21% on the rectangular and 17% on the angular. And when you add in the second most preferred, so you add the 62 with the 18, that's 8 out of 10 preferred the wood. On the rectangular, you did add another almost 50% on the second preferred, but look at the difference between the 62 and the 20. It's 3 times greater liking the wood cement on that passion most preferred score. Angular was 50%. So then we got into just an open-ended question. Just tell us any comments you want, anything you want to say about these designs, about the pier, anything you would like. So I divided these into kind of positive comments, and then there was a group of concerns, kind of negative, and then I'll flip the page. There was a few suggestions as well. So by and large, and the highest response was about 12% were saying that they love it, they thought it was a very thoughtful design, and that it was great. 5% said, and people could, you know, write, some people wrote paragraphs because you have the full verbatims in the report, and there were some people who got very verbose, and so I printed everything, you know, that came in the town halls as well as in the survey. Another 5% said, oh, let's go. We want to get it done. Let's get going. Another 4% said, well, having all this shade is great. That's just good. Another 4% were saying the lower cost options are okay because in the town halls, a lot of discussion came out about like a parking lot right on the beach versus one being built on the other side of the dunes with a flyover. And some of the amounts were discussed in the town hall, so a lot of people picked up on that when they filled out their survey. And what they were talking about is, you know, don't spend the extra money on the flyover to park behind the dunes, just go with the beach parking. They missed the restaurant and want it back, about 3%. The seating and furniture is good. 3% said basically keep it a pier mainly for fishing. Here, this coordinates park on the beach versus behind the dunes, kind of coordinates with the low cost, but I separated them because one was particularly referencing cost, whereas the other one was specifically representing the location. Relaxed sightseeing, you know, the second floor conference center is good. There was also just some other fewer comments just regarding the expanded width being good. They liked the website, that future Bob Hall Pier website, and the expanded bait and tackle shop. So on the concerns, the biggest concern is maintenance. And that's what came up in the town halls as well, you know, with the birds, with the wind, with the salt. Lots of comments about You know, whatever is built, we've got a lot of tough weather here. We've got a lot of things to contend with. So the maintenance, huge concerns about that. You know, then there was some comments that was just like, you know, kind of like keep it simple. We're not like New Jersey. We're not like, you know, Galveston. We just, you know, want to don't overdo it. Make it nice, make it iconic, but kind of keep it simple. Be sure it's hurricane proof. We don't want to have to build it again. So there was about 5% comments like that. And some people, you know, felt that there shouldn't be events on the pier. They want the pier to be the pier, and the restaurants should be completely separate elsewhere, not on the pier. That was only 4%. They want to make sure that none of these shade structures interfere with casting at 4%. Some people, I mean, almost 3% talked about, you know, making sure that the benches and stuff are kind of homeless proof with bars and stuff on them so that people can't lay down, just to control that. Again, no dune parking, use a shuttle bus instead of parking behind the dunes. Some people, 1.6%, you know, were saying that, you know, don't have fish cleaning on the pier because of the odor, and it's dirty, and you know, the debris that have to go into the water. Some felt the plaza was a little large, and you know, no benches in the fishing area, and then a few other, you know, minor comments. Then on the suggestions, these are only about 1 to 2%, but you know, more safety features like you know, lifeguard stations. You know, we really didn't discuss all that because I think in the survey, because it's kind of like, I know that you all, it's not really a design feature in terms of these types of, you know, shade structures and amenities like that. Safety is safety, but they really wanted to make sure that, you know, all the safety was going to be there. As I mentioned before, some said more restrooms in the middle. There was some conversation about, hey, why isn't it free admission on the pier? It's free in, you know, Florida and Alabama and California, and why do we have to, you know, charge to go on the pier? It's a community asset. People really want to have enough trash receptacles and removal regularly so that, you know, the trash doesn't go into the ocean and, you know, it's not toppling out of the top of the receptacle. Some people wanted more shops, a coffee shop, ice cream shop. Be sure there was pier cams. A couple people said make it longer, which we know based on the Army Corps of Engineers, that's not possible. Some people said 1 bump out versus 2, charge per person versus per pole, have a better restaurant, and a lot of other single things, which I'll let you all read. But let me just read off some of the verbatims for you. Like, all looks great. Looking forward to the finished product. Any plans to address the wind coming off the Gulf and its proximity to outdoor dining? Wind blocks, screens. The current design looks like wind would blow right through the outdoor seating with no block for diners. Adding shade wherever possible is a great idea. That influenced my decision for the shade structure preference. Please add in as much shade as possible. Thank you for your efforts on making this great pier for our beach. It looks great. I have been coming to this pier since I was a child. We live in Atacosta, Texas, and we're hoping to have the pier repaired soon. I hope that bathrooms will be open around the clock. You should also have a webcam. I love the overall design. However, stargazing is one of the best reasons to be at the beach after sunset. The amount of ambient light the artist rendering shows might hurt that. Be aware of it. I think the pier should be built with future expansion for retail. I think of ability to host farmers markets or even add additional shops, such as water sports rentals, tackle, etc. I like it. I love it. I really like it. We need something there fast. I miss the restaurant. Get it done. Get it started now. Great job. I'm excited. Great plan. Looking forward to the end result. Facilities are nice, and the key will be proper maintenance of the facility. That just gives you a little bit of the flavor, but there's probably 50 pages of comments that are in the report.
Thank you,
This
Deb.
is just a word cloud of all of those verbatims. that our software counts up all the words and kind of, puts it in here. Seatings, event, parking, great, fishing, design, good space. It kind of reflects the graphs that I showed as well as what I read. So that's it, commissioners and judge. This is the report. These are the feedback from your stakeholders. Would you have any questions?
Yeah, let me throw that out.
Judge, just a couple of
And-
comments, and really just to thank Will and Deb for this great work. Quite honestly, I think they contracted for more than they bargained for, and certainly we need to address that too. But they did a lot of work, a lot of extra work, a lot of extra activity, because we really, as a court, were interested in getting public input. We really wanted to know what the people thought. I think we captured it. I think y'all done a great job of facilitating this whole process. I couldn't be happier with the outcomes, because the outcomes are whatever the outcomes are. Well, nobody up here tried to control the outcomes. We let Will and Deb do their thing. The judge and I certainly had input on different parts of it, but we really gave you all the freedom to be the professionals to do this the way you wanted to do it, the way that you could get the best outcomes, or the most honest outcomes, not the best, the most honest. So I think we've done that. The court's got a lot of work to do on this. Obviously, we can't do every single solitary thing that everybody came up with, but I think we're gonna make this a fabulous project once we tighten this up and start talking about the real costs. And I think this is just going to be super cool. I don't know how else to say it. I know it's a kind of a goofy word, but I just think this is going to be such a cool project, and it's going to be iconic, and it's going to be something everybody can be really proud of. So I've read all this. I've even read most of the verbatims, quite honestly, and you've given us a lot to digest. And so again, my thanks. I mean, I know you got paid to do the job, but sometimes people do a job that they're paid for and they don't do a good job. But when you do a good job like y'all have done, you need to be acknowledged for it. And we definitely got our money's worth on this, in my opinion. And I thank you very much to both of you for putting this together. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Chesney and the court. We really do appreciate it. It was a lot of fun to work on this project. It was really interesting to get to talk to y'all's constituents about this project and how passionate they are. And how much they do want this pier and what they see and envision for it. And we just really thanks for that opportunity. Deb and I both. It's been great working with everyone. Judge, you, Brent, everybody. So thank you.
So, Will, I also want to throw out how important these surveys are. We have really now understood that when we get to the details, you've given us a blueprint for how to address some of those really interesting nuances. Like fishermen, shade is amazing, but if you put it in the wrong place, it could affect casting. Same thing with bait stands. It could affect your experience if they're in the wrong spot. But then we reaffirmed that which we knew, but we needed to make certain there was a justifiable case for investment, like the bathrooms, like the width of the pier, and like that very important geometric mid-angular structure at the end. One of the things that's wonderful for me is to see the NOAA weather station so widely supported, because we think we can grant our way, to that equipment. I know that one of the extras that you did, and I want to acknowledge, is that you guys attended every single Bob Hall Pier Committee meeting. And it was from those unique stakeholders that a lot of the style, if you will, of the survey and the town halls and some of the important pieces of the messaging, including the now iconic logo and that was on billboards, was really conceived. So you did go above and beyond, and I think that the community is incredibly appreciative to our court, but it's a reflection of y'all's good work. But I really think that we now have the ability, based on this survey, to make great decisions. And I think that that's important. And my takeaway, but I want to just double check it with you and Deb, is that we got overwhelming support to build this pier better. We got overwhelming support that the width is super important, as is the angular structure, and then there's some definite thoughts about the aesthetics. And as far as the amenities, it really does feel pretty strong that you have, when you get 75 to 80% of your constituents agreeing on anything, I mean, it's wonderful to see the 5 to 7% that says, hey, I think I'd rather go in a different direction. But what I'm seeing that this survey conveys to this court is that you have an overwhelming majority of residents who want to see as many amenities as we can afford. Is that a good summary?
That's a pretty good summary. As far as the data is concerned, Judge, yes.
Yes.
Of course, yes. As far as the surveys are concerned, yes.
Right.
It's up to you guys.
Absolutely.
And what y'all do to make that happen for them.
Right.
That's something that's out of our purview,
Yeah.
but I have a lot of confidence in this court as well as you
Thank
to
you.
make it happen for the constituents.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for just questions. Commissioner Modis.
Sure. Just the process, I think, obviously, on an investment this big, we really require to have this kind of input and collected, the data gathered and presented this way. I think there's some smaller projects that we really should self-reflect as a court and try to do this internally. But I think there's a certain level, and this is definitely one of them, because of the amount of money we're putting in and the amount of people that are impacted on a daily basis. So I appreciate Will, Bill, and everyone who's been a part of this. But I'd like to see us kind of mimic this for future projects. So
Agreed.
don't go too far away. We know where to find y'all. Sure. But I think that this would be helpful to really get more and better feedback, but also, I don't want to say to justify, but to explain better, to really break it down in a way that people can see it, envision it. There's no slant here. I mean, y'all part of the community. You just want to reflect that feedback, whether it's good or bad. And here, obviously, it's good, but mixed in. I appreciate y'all including some of the comments that people felt were of items they felt that were not important. So I think that's important to share too. I think that goes with the credibility of the presentation. We can't just talk all good and all fluff. And so that's what I appreciate with this. And so I hope we do that, Judge, with some of these other bigger projects that we may have. I think to get something maybe on this scale, because like I said, I mean, everyone from every precinct is impacted by this project, no matter where they live in the county or in the area. They're going to go and enjoy it. So, but I would like to see this mimicked for some future projects, and I think that would go a long way in helping us see if there's a need for it, and also for the public to understand if we invest money, this is the reason why. We have it laid out based on data, based on collection, based on town hall meetings, all the input that we've collected. Mm-hmm. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I just want to say that I appreciate the presentation, but I myself would approach this very carefully, slowly, because no telling what the economy is going to be doing. So that's my take on that. Just take it as a slow approach and make sure we can afford whatever we decide on, and for the future also. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Well, if my old man was in the room and he was kind of as he is for me, my mentor and my, and an icon also in your line of work, I would feel remiss if I didn't recognize him. So I'm going to ask you to recognize your dad, because he really is, when I think about somebody in our community who does have a pulse on how the sentiments go with regards to marketing and advertisement and input. So I just want to acknowledge him, but it seems more fitting if you do it.
Sure. My father here, he came today just to, this being the wrap up in the last part of what we were contracted to do.
Yeah.
He wanted to see as it came to fruition. And
Yeah.
He showed up today. Bill Pettis in the gallery.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, good to see you. Mm-hmm. Good to see you. And I really do think one of the comments that was made just this morning on another matter, but they reflected on the history. So, in 1983 was the last time we saw a christening of this pier. And, that's when I graduated from high school. That was my senior year in high school. So, that is a long, long, long time ago. And I think that really what the purpose of these surveys are really to understand that the investment is about to be made for the next 50 years. And so I think that what we did here was we're able to capture the sentiment for our future. And it's just fantastic. And I want you to know you've inspired us I know that Daryl Earwood, from our Chief Information Officer, who was very much a part of our virtual town halls, that, as Commissioner Mara said, is that maybe when we have major projects, we go this route, but even still, seeking the community's input and being able to do that on a regular basis through our own, formatting, through our own website is critical. And so, last question for you. This information, as it's just been relayed to us, can we get it on a website so that everybody can see it?
Yes, actually, I released a press release this morning to the media in regards to that. You can go
Great.
to our website that we've referred to throughout this process. It's called futurebobhallpier.com.
Great.
Released a survey this morning, so you can click on it, look through it, see all the images for the pier, lots of information there, and we kind of use that as the hub of information throughout this. So,
Okay,
yes.
great. So I'll just repeat that. So futurebobhallpier.com, and you can get all of the information that we saw here today. And even though you're not going to literally talk back to us in a blog, you know how to reach us, and you can always provide your comments to the court. So, guys, terrific job. Thank you. And I know that this data will drive our ultimate decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move on to item number 3, which is Scott Cross. And this is an interlocal agreement. And it's really not you per se, Scott, but it has to do with coastal parks. And it's for lifeguard services along the beach at Padre Bayou Park. And this interlocal agreement, I believe, is all in order. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, the only thing is you're going to notice that this is a little bit higher rate than last year. When I worked with the Commissioner Chesney on getting Corpus to come on board and do this, we recognized that the city of Port Aransas paid a much more marketable rate than the city did. The city is now making those adjustments so they can recruit, better quality open water lifeguards instead of paying an open water the same as a pool guard. Doesn't make any sense, right? So they're making those adjustments, but we budgeted that years ago, so we're safe.
And Scott, I just wanted to ask you, you'll recall that earlier this year in budget, we appropriated an additional $300,000 from our American Rescue Plan Act funds. Are we utilizing those? Not yet.
No,
Do you anticipate that we will need to? And the reason I ask is obviously I'm just sort of thinking ahead as to our budget and how those dollars could be utilized for next year. How do you see that?
If we execute anything with ESD number 2, and I understand there's some issues with ESD number 2 being around or not being around in the future.
Okay.
And as far as the city, there's some stuff that's being discussed there, but
Okay.
that's the place to land it. Your
Okay.
ESDs, emergency services districts, because at one point, I think it was Commissioner Chesney, or maybe Dale even asked me about what I needed to start up a guard program, and I said, no. It's way too expensive to start from the ground up. Let's find an ESD that already has first responder equipment, ambulances, fire trucks, all that stuff, and just supplement them. And so we brought a proposal to the commissioner, myself, Craig Fuller, and Chief Dale Scott, of what that would look like. Now, it was more than what we could write a check for at the time. But anyhow, that's where I figured that $300,000 would come into play at some point in the future. But we're way past that now.
Got it.
If we're going to do something like that with an ESD number 2, we need to start in the fall. It takes at least 6 months to get some of the rescue equipment they have, and we're too late now. We got to run with what we got.
So with this interlocal, then you feel satisfied that the money that we have budgeted will cover it, and it also would satisfy the new legislation that we all support here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're good.
Those were my questions. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
And I'll second. And are there any other questions? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. And I do have a number 4, but they had reminded me that, Louis, would you like to address or just make a quick correction? And then I'll move on to number 4. And Scott, hang on for that one.
Yes, Court. So this morning I was asked, did the county fire marshal issue a citation for a fire that happened on Thursday after a brush fire? And the corrected answer is no, he did not. It was issued by one of the constables in Precinct 5.
Okay, thank you. It was issued, but by Precinct 5.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so I'm glad you're here, though, because this next item has some good information that Scott will help us. Yeah, I'm saying glad Louie's here to listen in to PAS. I'm sorry. And so at this time, please move on to item number 4. It's the submission of scope of work to what we all know is the PASS program, PAS, Planning Assistance to States with the United States Army Corps of Engineer. And Scott, I know that,
Yeah, so you had your big meeting with the Corps.
Yes.
Last week it was?
last week I did.
Okay, and so, commissioners, the PASS program, you've got a PASS program and you got a CAP program, Continuing Authorities Program. It's CAP, that's the acronyms. Anyhow, so we were approached by the Corps, gosh, over a year ago by Ruben Trevino and Coraggio. I can't remember what Coraggio's last name is, Judge. I forget. Yeah, what Maggie said. And so they actually came to me or Megan and I.
And forgive me, Scott, there's some feedback. Give us just a second. Try that. See
Okay.
how.
You know how loud I am anyhow. So they actually came to us in the spring. We actually did a full day with them touring our beaches. We're just focused on beachheads at this time. And this is post-Hannah. And we actually invited the city of Corpus Christi to the meeting as well. Well, that turned into some conversations that they had directly with the judge. Because under their program, you as a coastal political subdivision, you have to reach out to them. They cannot solicit you under the federal rules of engagement. And so we reach out to them. We engage with them. Then that turned into a letter of intent that the court executed a while back for the PASS program. That turns into a scope of work. And that scope of work is, excuse me, do we have it on the Commissioner's Court for this time around? The scope of work, I think, yeah?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, and that turns into this scope of work. And in that scope of work, we identify what would be considered in kind, what we can use as match, and what our out-of-pocket costs would be. And this program right now we're discussing is both the breakwaters in Corpus Christi Bay as well as our beachheads. There is some other paths that we can take. Excuse me, I still got this nagging cough after that COVID stuff, but I'm not positive. Anyhow, and so the beachhead, we think there might be a faster track, but this is something that the Corps really wants us to do. They want us to get on the radar. We got to do it now because their 2023 budget is coming up. And if we're going to get financial assistance from them, we're going to get it in their 2023 budget. So now is the time to say, yes, we want to participate. I know the port is involved. Port has obligated up to $400,000, not to exceed amount, for engineering. They're talking with Mott McDonald. Mott McDonald has already done a lot of preliminary geotechnical report work on the breakwater side. We've got all of our survey data under the Conrad Bluchard Institute stuff for the beaches, so we know what our baseline is and what it's not. And another thing that's important about this, I've said this for many years, but I don't think it's resonated like it will resonate with this court. If you ever find yourself in a post-emergency disaster situation and you want to go to FEMA and you want funding to help with a beach renourishment or rebuilding a dune structure to protect critical infrastructure behind the dunes, those houses, those taxpayers, if you don't have annual bench line data to support where you're at pre-storm versus post-storm, you're never going to get that help. It'll never come. They'll never fund it. And so, there is a cost to doing our due diligence along our beaches to protect, the infrastructure and the constituents that live and own businesses out there, and that's part of it. And until recently, after Hannah, it's the first time that we're really starting to recognize we need to be doing our due diligence and we need to be doing regular survey work. Right now, we know we need to rebuild our beach. We've never typically had engineered beaches in Nueces County. There's just no history of it. Every once in a while, We help with the erosion response plan and teaming up with the city, not because the city has any dune protection authority or any dune permitting authority. They do not. That's solely with the county. But they needed help since they didn't have that in order to qualify for KEPR, Coastal Erosion Protection Response Act grants that are funded by the state budget that through the GLO. They needed those monies to be able to dredge Packery when they needed it. And so the only way they were going to get that is that we teamed up with them to do an ERP. So we threw them a bone, essentially, is what we did. And so this program with the Corps right now will start checking some of those boxes so that we can design a path forward for the breakwaters to protect North Beach and the property and infrastructure down there, as well as what we need to do to regain our beachhead after Hannah. Now, if you don't do this, we already have the scientific studies and the data, and I don't know, Commissioner Modis, you showed a real interest in what Deidre was presenting, and it was pretty neat stuff, even though it was long. It will take 11 years without any more storms, no storms at all, in order for that beach to heal. And that's just your beach. That's not your dunes. Your dunes are coming back a little bit faster, but they're coming back on their own. So that's kind of what we're faced with. We need to go out and we need to figure out where the beach quality sand is going to come from. You know, the engineers and the Corps are going to help us identify that. They have inshore placement sites already that may be of use to us. We don't know what the volume of it is. And that's what we want to do. We want to take advantage of any inshore placement site or inshore dredging, because we are saving the Corps millions of dollars instead of them taking it offshore. When they take it offshore, they have to deposit in federal waters. And so if you go after deposits offshore, then it becomes a total federal program. It's not a program you partner with the state on if it's inshore, you know, not in state waters. So that's how I'm involved with it and what I've been doing and helping the judge with it. And you know, I think it's going to be great. You know, Ed Rochelle Foundation has said they're going to fund the breakwaters. They got $20 million in the game right now. There's a path forward with all of this too, to where you can apply for KEPRA funding, and then you can go, if you get your projects as a Tier 1 project. And here's a great update for you. I talked to the GLO on Friday of last week about the new resiliency plan coming up, and I'm getting these put in for Tier 1 projects. If they're Tier 1 projects on the resiliency plan, they are available not only for KEPRA funding, but the states go MESA. There's no money cost to us. It's great. It's win-win. But you got to work the system.
Yeah, Look, you did a great job of explaining it, and of course, these are the programs that are absolutely critical if we are to receive the assistance of the Corps. So if you don't have the scope of work, the letter of intent, then they just can't help you. And so just for everybody's acknowledgement, the Galveston district is a very large district, and it does encompass our beaches and our waters but they also work on inland projects. And so I want you to know that for the commissioners that are not coastal, that this is the exact still type of program with the Corps that would allow for us to have opportunities to avail ourselves of their assistance as well.
And Commissioner Modis, that Robstown is in your precinct, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, guess what? Major Ian O'Sullivan, who is the second in command at the Corps, his wife's family's from Robstown. And he actually reached out to me, and he says the Corps wants to help with this drainage study. They want to engage and help in the western part of the county. Unsolicited. I think that's great.
That is great.
Yeah, and it all starts with these types of agreements. But again, we really need sediment. Those beaches must be renourished, and you can't get the sediment or you can't be ready to receive the sediment unless you have the sediment incident management plan. So the work is very important, and it starts right here today. So with that, do you have any questions for Scott? He is the bona fide expert here. Okay, there will be an opportunity to have a meeting with the Corps in the very near future. If anyone has specific interest, if all of you do, we could post the meeting. If you want to just, we'll work on that, but happen to think that that's a really good idea so you can really understand the opportunities that are available. Okay, how about a motion then to consider the submission?
So moved.
A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And now, thank you, Scott. I think, give me a second. I'm happy to advance if you have anything else.
Well, me and JJ have,
Yes, you're next. Just, okay, yes, JJ and you have the American World War II Heritage City regional designation through the National Park Service, and I'll let you set the table, and
Okay.
you and JJ can talk about it.
I'm very excited to tell you guys about this. It just happenstance, Mary Kay Skarupa, who you know, Judge, Mary Kay, our official wildlife person. I
Yes.
think Brent, our Commissioner Chesney knows her as well. She sent me an email that came from the National Park Service about this World War II Heritage District designation. Well, I didn't know anything about it. I got to looking at it, and just at face value, you know me, I'm always like, let's do it. So knee-jerk reaction, I'm like, let's go, let's do it. So I reached out to JJ because I thought, hell, me and JJ, we can do this. And so, you know, we got the cemetery, and I thought we got NAS Corpus Christi, we got the Lex, and so this thing really started getting some wheels.
Good.
And then I reached out to, as most of y'all know, my wife works at the Chamber, and she serves on representing the Chamber on the South Texas Military Task Force Committee. So then I reached out to Jenny, and I'm like, Jenny, we need some help because this is going to be a lot of heavy lifting. Jenny started digging into it, and she found out there's only going to be one area selected the entire state of Texas this go around, so it's going to be extremely competitive. So we got to roll up our sleeves, and we got to get cracking, and we're going to need all of y'all's help on this. This is big. I cannot believe, with the history that we have between Naval Air Station Kingsville, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, Beeville, you know, Calderon Field, Lexington. I mean, all that we have here in this coastal Bend region, we don't have this designation. That makes absolutely no sense to me at all. And so, I mean, I'm fond of doing this. My grandfather was a World War II veteran. He was a staff sergeant cook in the Marine Corps, and he was at Pearl peeling potatoes when the Japanese bombed. And then after that, they sent him to Midway. So then he was on the island of Midway and fought the Battle of Midway. And I remember as a kid, he would tell me, he was an old salt too. He slits tall boys and Winston cigarettes, man. And you know, he would sit there and he would tell me, we didn't have all that crap, you know, on the movie on the island. And they hit the mess kitchen, and all they had was flour and blueberries. And he swore he would never eat another blueberry muffin or pancake the rest of his life, and he never did. He wouldn't touch a blueberry as long as he lived. But you know, so I wish I'd spent more time learning all those stories when I was a kid, and I didn't. But
Scott, you represent coastal parks, and particularly Port A, have a very special significance to World War II. And before we pass it to JJ, just talk about why we believe we are, besides our 3 military installations, including our Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, which has trained our World War II veterans. Tell just briefly about the Port A piece of it.
I know, I get excited.
That's okay. Just talk about the Port A piece.
There are 155 millimeter, what they were called Panama guns, and they were in the dunes in Port Aransas. The gun turret mounts are still there. I don't know. Commissioner Gonzalez, I know you've seen them. I think you came to the sign dedication with Commissioner Chesney. Okay, so those are still there. We're going to highlight some of those in our pier expansion and other things, but that was an Army unit that was there at the time to protect against German U-boat activities. They had spotted German U-boats in the Gulf, which we know, and they had spotted them in the Aransas Ship Channel. And at the time where Harbor Island was, it was the 3rd largest crude oil tank battery in the United States. And so they were trying to protect that because at the time, those German U-boats couldn't fire, you know, unless they surfaced. That's how they were spotted. Now, they can fire torpedoes, but they're trying to bomb the tank. So that's still there. That's pretty significant, you know. And before that, it was home to Fort Sims, which was the Confederate fort in World War the Civil War.
And of course, JJ, we also have the USS Lexington. And so the Blue Ghost has a big, important significance. But in general, it's your office, JJ, that will be submitting the actual application.
Yes,
and
ma'am. Would
you like to?
Absolutely. As you mentioned, Judge, there's so much history here in this region that supported World War II. Waldron Field, King Ranch. They supplied most of the beef for all the allies. Flower Bluff Hornets are named after the USS
right.
Hornet. There's so much history here, and then we have the Veteran Cemetery now. There's so many World War II veterans buried at the Veteran Cemetery. So I think this is a win-win. We do have a lot of support from the community that we've reached out to. Del Mar Economic Development Center is willing to lend us their boardroom to meet and organize to submit this application. So I think it's a win-win. We're all in, and we'd love to have your support.
And Commissioners, our idea is to involve our library system. In other words, we need somebody to be a scrivener. So the concept is that we would put forth this application with your approval here today, but we would use our librarians to help be the recipients, right, of this information so that they could help JJ's office really put it together well, tell our story. Commissioner Mott has just mentioned, and it's so true, of course, 41, President Bush, George Bush received his wings here. So did John McCain, and so did Bob Barker, but so many other really significant
The price is
members.
right.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
So at any rate, with your blessing on this submission, we would come up with a date, give you plenty of notice, have a big day, probably multiple times, right? So people who work and versus people who prefer day, like a day and early evening, where they could come and share their mementos, their stories, their photographs, everything that would help put together a great application.
You know, JJ, just to let you know, Kingsville also covers the Bishop area, but I don't know if you've seen that wall they have in Bishop of World War I and World War II veterans.
No, I haven't.
They're listed on that wall.
Could add that.
And their families have a lot of history, a lot of stories. When we had the dedication, they talked about what they remembered, but there's a list of their World War I, World War II veterans on that wall.
So if you all would send, first let me ask for the motion and motion and a second. And if you all would just send your concepts, ideas, contacts to JJ, maybe copy Scott. He's been gracious enough to kind of help out here, but we'll get you the date at the Eco Devo. This is something you're going to want to participate in. And again, thanks to our partners at Fish for letting us know about it.
I think one of the things that we're going to be looking for a lot of help on with y'all's, specifically with y'all's elected positions, is being able to reach out to our state and federal representatives and get our senators and our congressmen to write letters of support, because this is going to be extremely competitive, and I really just want to blow them away.
I agree with you, and also our cities. So reaching out, for example, letting Commissioner Chesney help us with City of Port Aransas, and getting resolutions, all the good things that we normally do would really benefit us. So this is a group project that we're pleased to take the lead on. Thank you, guys. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Thank you. The budget planning schedule for the fiscal year has been presented to us, and Teresa's here to read it out, just in case we like to verbalize it for the clerk. Go ahead, Teresa.
Judge Commissioners, this is the proposed budget planning schedule. I'll just highlight some key dates. April the 8th, the county auditor will send out the budget package to the department. This has been moved down a week from last year. We had it on April the 1st. April the 29th, the chief appraiser will provide preliminary estimates of taxable value. May the 6th, the budget package from the departments are due back to the county auditor. June the 6th to 7th, the 9th and the 10th are departmental budget presentations. Then we have a tentative budget workshop also on July the 7th. July the 29th, the auditor tax office will do the calculations on the no new revenue tax rate and the voter approval tax rate. August 8th and 9th will be discussions on those proposed tax rates. On August the 10th, the county auditor will submit to the court submission of the no new revenue tax rate, the voter approval tax rate schedules, fund balances. August the 15th and 16th will be continued budget workshops to discuss the tax rate. On August the 17th would be the date that the court will discuss the tax rate and take a record vote on their action. August the 24th, the tax office will publish in the newspaper the proposed tax rate. August the 28th we will have in the Caller Times the proposed elected official salaries as also the budget hearing. September the 1st will be the public hearing on the tax increase. September the 7th is the meeting to adopt the tax rate. It is also the meeting to adopt the budget.
Okay.
And then September the 14th is a key date for the tax office because that's their deadline to send out the tax notices.
Okay, and you've had a chance to review it, and you think it's been reviewed by the tax office, by the court administrator, by the auditors. So, commissioners, is there a motion to approve the budget schedule?
So moved.
And a second.
Discussion, Judge.
Of course.
On September 1, and I think this has happened in previous years, maybe almost every year. Let's see, what is
The conference?
date? I thought we had a conference somewhere around one of those dates. Let's see. Yes, so September 1, right? We're set. The proposed calendar says we're set to have a public hearing. That is right in the middle of our TAC legislative conference. And I'm real leery about putting anything around there that I don't know if the majority of the court will attend or even one of us. I know I'm going to make it a priority to go because we got to be there to help meet with the other counties to plan for our legislative agenda going into session 2023.
Right,
So is
Commissioner.
there another date that we can change? And I can't imagine other counties probably have the similar issue.
Problem.
And so how do they get around that? Do you have any suggestions, or is that unavoidable?
It is unavoidable, Commissioner, because I did talk to try to make sure we had a quorum for that date because it follows our schedule, and I think I got that we could have it at 8 o'clock or 8:30 in the morning because some people were going to be off to this
The
conference.
session, the conference starts on August 31st.
Okay.
So that's like day 2. That's right in the middle of the 3-day conference.
I probably won't go. So
That's
I
my
can be
only
here.
concern.
I'll be here. I don't think I'll go.
Okay.
Unless I have to. Oh, you know what? Those are all online. We can all do online now. So I definitely won't go anymore. So I'll be here. So at least I'll be one.
Is it going to be online? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. All I know is everything we passed that law now. They passed the law. When we passed the order that said all of our continuing education as commissioners and
Yeah,
judges
no,
can
it's
be
not
online.
about continuing education. This is a legislative conference that is planned every year by the Texas Association of Counties. And so I'm saying that this has happened previously. It happened last year. I didn't go to that one. But somehow our calendar worked previous years because I was able to attend those previous TAC meetings up until probably pre-COVID.
But I think it is a continuing ed seminar, isn't it?
I don't know. It's not about the hours for me.
I'll
I
at least
get
be
the
here.
hours other ways, and we're going to have a conference here in June that we can get hours that we don't have to travel. But my thing is that we have a 3-day conference, and that's day 2 of the conference. And so if I need to travel back and forth from Austin, I guess I can. If we have a majority here in person, I guess that's
what I was
fine.
trying to say.
But that's my concern is that it's not only this year, but it's going to be obviously every year. Now next year, not so much of a big deal, but it would be a wrap-up session. So every year it's always something. I know that you move one piece of the puzzle that moves others, but if that's unavoidable now and asking too much of you now, we got to make sure to move these dates around for next year because, like I said, of the 254 counties, there's pretty good representation from most of the counties there. So I can't imagine they're falling on the same calendar considering their fiscal years are also October 1. So what are they doing? How do they avoid that? And we need to do the same. So if we can't do that this year because we have to adopt that now, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
But next year, we definitely have to make a plan for it. But I will let you know now, I'm going to be in Austin for that. So.
Teresa, do we need to do it today? Can you do some investigation?
We can always amend our schedule.
Yeah, the public hearing, it's really, if you only have 3 people here, I mean,
Let's see. Okay.
we usually don't have anything.
Then that may not work. That may not be a problem. Okay. I had it showing September 1, so then we're good. Then we're good.
Okay.
Sorry for-
And why don't we go ahead and, we'll approve today, and we'll, if there's some
no,
change, why don't we
that's
do
good.
just do another double check of everything?
Yeah, and maybe they caught that, maybe every year I had it just
Maybe they
as a
switched it.
reminding calendar.
Sure,
So maybe
from now
the
on,
off
we
years,
can-
they don't
yeah.
have that, so that's fine.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, all right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item number 7 is discuss and consider, I'm so sorry. Discuss and consider directing payment of ARPA premium pay, including the grant-funded positions. And I'll let Dale discuss ARPA premium pay for us at this point.
Yes, Your Honor, when we made the advance payment, we excluded the grant funding positions just so we have a chance to meet with our granting agencies to determine whether these are qualifying payments that we can make. We've met with all of them, and they appear that there are no problems. So we say that we will, when the first quarter comes up, we will make the payments to the grant individuals as well as all others.
Thank you. Motion to approve. I'll make the motion to
The
approve.
discussion,
Yes, just let me get a second.
Second.
And then go ahead.
okay. A while back, and I was asking maybe last week, somebody were discussing it about the inland parks, people that were setting up and taking down, were they part of the premium pay, the ones that the health department and the sheriff department, I think it was 20%, right?
The parks
They
is
were-
at
they were
10%.
not.
Public Works, and
Yeah, they were at
10%.
Inland Park's at 10%. We did make inquiry because they were not, they were neither law enforcement nor were they public health, so they're just at the 10% currently.
But even like Public Works, they worked at the jail, right? I mean,
That's different.
Yeah, we did that
Not
one.
any different. This
No, I'm
guy-
saying to you that was
At
20%.
the inland parks, people worked at the drive-throughs, worked at the testing sites, worked, setting up, taking down. So they were also there in an area that, they could very easily gotten sick, just like anybody else that was there.
But they weren't doing it primarily, I don't think, either, like
Right,
every single
but
solitary.
if you don't mind, we can bring that up again, but this agenda item is really just for the grant-funded positions. I can let you, we can talk about that. Can we just finish this piece of it, though, first? This is just the grant-funded positions. He's gotten clearance.
Okay, this is for the health department?
That's correct. Okay?
All grant positions.
Right, all grant
This
positions.
includes the health department, includes our Indigent Defense Commission and other grants we
Right.
have employees for.
He's checked with everybody, and it's all good, and so we can now make the final clarification.
Okay, so
All right.
wait, I'm confused a little bit just because I don't have any backup in my agenda, and I don't know if I may have missed it. So tell me exactly why we're
We
doing this.
include the advance payment for everyone that worked for a grant. There are several grants we have. Most of them are for our city county health. However, we do have some through the Department of the Attorney General for Indigent Defense. We have some
OVAD.
others, some others we have, so we excluded those. Now, after talking to the granting agencies, they are all okay with us providing this, so we were just going to say now we're going to continue the payments of funds for any granted positions.
And that's at the whatever level they were
Whatever
approved
level
at.
they were at.
So why are we having to do this today?
We exclude them from they want to make sure they're getting paid, and we exclude them just for the issues of trying to make sure the granting agency felt like it was qualifying, as some of the grants could have been where if we paid a premium pay, they could have been disqualifying on the grant, we could have lost the grant.
How many people are we talking about on this one?
Maybe a total of about maybe 15, 20.
But let me just rephrase a
have
little
it.
bit. We had done our job.
No, I know.
They did a little bit of a checks and balances.
understand. Now I
And now
get it.
it's just a clearing it up for the record that anybody that works at the county that's funded by a grant, he's checked with their agencies. They are eligible for premium pay. So nothing changes. It's just a clarification on the record that if you're in a grant-funded position, you're going to get your premium pay.
Right, and so Dale, this is not an additional amount of money because we
No.
already approved it, right?
We already put this in, and as we said, the ones that work for the health department will be the 20%, those that work for the other areas will be the 10%.
It's
Exactly.
just an administrative thing that we're
That's
having to clean
correct.
up, basically. That's all I was asking.
Okay,
So
I just thought it was going to addition
Yeah,
to
just
that.
an administrative.
Okay.
that's all.
In fact, Julie, did you want to say something?
I have a question. Dale, I know this premium pay is going to be offered to employees on a quarterly basis. How about employees that leave beforehand for termination or separation? Are they going to be paid?
Yes,
When will they be paid?
the last check.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now the next one is also a premium pay discussion, and it has to do with premium pay under the American Rescue, well, ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, for law enforcement under the Nueces County Collective Bargaining Agreement. So this is basically our law enforcement, and Dale, I'll pitch to you as well.
Well, this is a discussion we had with Commissioner Chesney. He may be the one that put this
Commissioner
item
Chesney.
in.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. I'll jump in.
The issue was when this initial item came up several months ago, maybe last year, where we talked about premium pay, there was a plan of possibly going retro pay and as well as continuous pay. However, we determined that retro pay was not allowable for both our state constitution as well as the collective bargaining agreement. So we went from a point of October 1 for all law enforcement agencies through the process of this, and we were at 20%. We were working with Commissioner Chesney on possibly trying to recover some of those balances we had promised them. So we had put in several plans that we provide you on the list there at different rates for y'all discussion. We've included, right now they're at 20%. There's a projection of going up to 25, 30, 35, and 40%. Now, some of this issues might be raised that if we go higher, there's a chance that several of the employees may reach the maximum level of funding, which is $25,000. They may reach the maximum hourly rate of $13 per hour. And we know we excluded them from the 150% ratio of administration fee that says their salary cannot exceed $78,600. And when we first started at 20%, there was maybe one or two. If we go any higher, that could be 10 to 15 to 20 of them that would require a waiver to the Department of Treasury. Now, working with several people we talked to, the waiver may or may not be allowed. It could be, and we're probably saying it probably will, but there's a chance it won't be. If it won't be allowed, then the county be required to pay back the funds that we issued to these employees, and that funds would have to come from the general fund. So just make sure if we do this, we do it with knowing that these issues would apply, and we provide you the information of what the cost would be. Right now, with everybody included, at the current rates, we're around about $5.5 to $6 million of total premium pay. If we increase this up to the 30% that we were in possible discussion, that will take our total premium pay up to around $9 to $10 million over the entire period of 1 year.
And my question to you is, is it any different if you carried it over to another fiscal year for the purposes of the waiver and for example, we have these thresholds. Is it per fiscal year or cumulatively for premium pay?
For $25,000 is cumulative. So once they reach $25,000, they stop. However,
no matter how long,
we can decide if you want to go another year. However, the final rules say that as soon as the pandemic is determined ending, the premium pay stops.
Correct.
That's the risk.
No, I understand it. I just want to make sure that.
So we go 25.
Can I ask? Okay, so quick full disclosure on this, on how this came about. Law enforcement continued to inquire about when we were going to deal with the commitment that the court made that we know we now can't do, which is an amount of money to pay them for retro pay. We were told we couldn't do that, so instead of going back and forth on emails between Dale and myself and law enforcement, I just set up a meeting and we all sat down and said, okay, here's the issues, here's what's going on. We had, I don't know, there's probably 6 or 8 people there from the law enforcement folks. I can't remember. There was quite a few of them. Dale's staff was there. And we just had a discussion that I said we would bring back to the court for consideration. My recollection, Dale, and correct me if I'm wrong, and it was the numbers that Julie kind of threw out the day, I think, and that when we were in there, was that there was about a $2.8 million number at that point that represented what we had committed to those officers then in retro pay. So that was the number that when I sat in the meeting with them, I said, that is what I remember me, didn't speak for anybody else, but me saying this was the number. So that $9 million number is a lot higher than what I think we made a commitment to that unfortunately we couldn't comply with. And now what I'm trying to put before the court is a way to to comply with the spirit of what we intended to do, which is to give them an amount of money for their efforts. So so what I need to know, Dale, is that $5 million and $9 million, that's not just, that's everybody, right? So this agenda item today is just for the collective bargaining folks, right?
Folks, if we go to 35%, that's 2.5 million.
That's the answer I needed to know. So
I'm sorry, say that one more time. It's a little,
Increased costs for the law enforcement, if we go from 20% to 35%, is 2.5 million.
And
2.5 million.
And that is in the vicinity of, and I don't know, we said 2.8 Masamana, right? I don't know. It could have been here, could have been there, and so I don't want to get stuck on that 2.8. But we gave them an amount, and if that amount is the fair amount, meaning that's what this court intended to do, and if it's 2.8, then make it 2.8. If it's 2.6, I don't remember the number. That was just kind of what was thrown out there. To me, that would be what I think would be preferable to do, because the risk is, as Francisco mentioned in that meeting, and well, he should have, that if the emergency is declared over, then we can't do this anymore. So to even get a shot at getting them their money that we committed to, we would probably want to do it this fiscal year, period.
and the only concern is how the court would deal with the 20 employees, more or less, that Treasury might reject. And so could you quantify for us what the risk is on that? What are the potential ineligible expenses if you capped it at $78,500?
And I don't want to do anything that puts us over any.
What it is their entire salary, including regular time, overtime, premium pay, supplemental pays. According to Haggerty, we worked through calculations of the mean average of the state at the 150% rate is $78,600.
Okay.
Anybody's salary that once exceeds that level, you either need to stop them, and y'all decided for law enforcement to continue them, and we would file waivers with the Department of Treasury.
Correct.
Now, working with Haggerty, then this is still pending option of Treasury if they actually receive the waiver or not, and to determine the valuation of the waiver is true or not. If the Department of Treasury, again, if they say no to the waiver, which means then the county will be required to pay back every cent up to the $78,600, regardless of what it is. I have no idea of that amount at this time, but let's say it could be anywhere from $10,000 to $500,000.
And so, what is the safe? Let me ask it another way. Then, what is the safe amount that we don't have to apply for the waivers?
Stop them at $78,600.
Okay, and then what would that do? How would we do that in the way of them?
Eliminate half the people we're talking about right now.
For this year?
Yes.
But then we could extend them next year if we.
Well, that
again, the process of we extend next year. If the pandemic ends this year, we can't.
I get
extend
it,
premium
but
pay.
we can't we can't put the county in a position either that we have to pay back hundreds of thousands of dollars for doing it wrong. We have to do.
And when we talked to Haggerty, they said that you file waivers, and when we first started talking about this with law enforcement, there was maybe 3 that we had to file waivers for, and that's the elected officials. And we have another issue on elected officials. I need the county attorney to research whether we can still do that or not. And then also that if once anybody else reaches above that $78,600, the hard portion is a lot of our staff in the sheriff's office and the jail work a lot of overtime. And the $78,000 is a complete salary for all sources. So once that reaches $78,600, you must file a waiver.
So Dale, what would be a safe calculation to not have to worry about these waivers? Because, I mean, and then we would have, I get it, we would have to know what that is, because I'm not willing to risk having to pay back
We would have to find
$100,000.
the number of employees that would exceed that 78,000. There are not very many that, like I said, it could be anywhere from 10 to 50 if we go a higher percentage. And if you go back and put in that $150,000 threshold that say we can't pay you any higher than this, then we stop there, then you will never have this issue.
Say that again.
25% will be pretty safe. You say we got them 20, we're going to raise it to 25.
I can't tell you because I don't know their overtime. It's entire salary, whatever source they get it from. Now, we were basing our assumption on regular salary, regular supplement pay, regular this, and we said with this, maybe 5 employees would exceed the $78,600.
And we voted to accept that that would be our burden.
We've been sending out a burden, and then Haggerty said that they could file waivers for those 5.
Correct.
And that's at the 20%.
And we acknowledge that if it didn't pay, that we
If
would
they go
cover
up
that
higher to 20
expense.
go higher than this, then you have your captains and your lieutenants and your chief deputies that are now higher, that can now, instead of 5, it could be 20.
Correct.
So Dale, what I thought we were going to get today, and maybe I didn't ask for it correctly, was the recommendation from the auditor's office on what we can safely do today. So if you're saying you don't still know, then we have to put this off again, because I can't make a decision until you, the auditor, tell us what the safe number is to give these people what we need to get them. I don't know how else to.
To give you a safe number, Commissioner, but I have no idea how much overtime they can work. If some of these.
Could we
when
just
we
run
went
it
to
on
director pay-
averages?
Pardon?
Couldn't we just run it on the average, like year over last overtime that they worked, and make an educated guess?
When I was working on the numbers from when we were talking about retro pay, several employees were working anywhere from 80 to 100 hours overtime weekly.
Weekly. Okay, I have another question that might be easier, that we could at least make some decisions on, that is still in keeping with the agenda item. You talked about the elected officials, and so the constables and the sheriff would be our elected officials that are not included in the final rules for ARPA. And so my question to the court, and really to you, is what does that represent dollar-wise on their current 20% premium pay? Because I think the court should acknowledge that that's, maybe Treasury changes their mind, but I don't need the county attorney to answer it, because I was told by Treasury in the room, electeds are not covered. However, we might think about covering them. Let us think about it. They can change their mind or give us an FAQ, but right now, they're not covered. So my question is what would that amount be? And then would the court be willing to go ahead and just say, we're going to take care of that?
I think
For the full year, it's about $40,000.
I'm sorry?
Full year is around $40,000. It could be plus or minus.
Well,
the
I know,
sheriff
but
was
we
like
can't put it to
19,
ARP.
and based on their salaries at the time.
We would just have to
No, but I'm
take
saying, I
it.
think we already made a motion to put that in there before, so you'd have to undo it, you'd have to rescind. And so I think, my point is, I think we've already made that decision and acknowledged that there might be some issue with the elected constables and sheriffs on those issues before.
But do you think that the court has already accepted the burden? Because I was just going to say, I'm okay with making the motion to accept the burden of the 40,000, because we cannot put their premium pay. In other words, they can't get premium pay. So maybe you're right. Maybe it has to be a rescission and then an acknowledgement that we're giving the constables and the sheriff, if he, I don't think he's accepting it, just the 40,000, just the 20% adjustment in pay.
I'm sorry. I think that was discussed before with the electeds, right, Dale, if I'm not mistaken, on possible burden on this?
No.
Or not?
I believe when this came up, several of the elected officials came up, and the Commissioner's Court took action on just those particular items, the sheriff and the constables, with an intent that we would require that we submit them a letter that they either accept or deny, and all the 5 constables and the sheriff all sent letters back saying they accepted the premium pay, because we knew that there was an issue, a possibility of salary balances because of how we do the budgeting and how the tax code and other codes that we're talking about in the budget side of what the salary is for the elected official. And this was all coming as premium pay from ARPA funds.
So I think what he's saying is, we discussed it and we've already done it.
I heard differently.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we're not paying the electeds with ARPA funds. Right now, our motion is to pay premium pay to electeds. And what I'm saying to you is we cannot pay electeds with ARPA, but what we can do is take that same amount of money, 40,000, and just declare that we're going to give them that 20%.
However we need to do it. I mean, I don't want to take anything back than we've already done.
You know what? Here comes.
Payment, so.
Yeah, here comes one of our Haggerty. It's Seth. Seth, go ahead and unmute. I bet you have something working here. Go ahead.
Hey, folks, this is Seth Higgins from Haggerty. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we sure can.
Yep, so I just wanted to very briefly interject regarding this issue of premium paid to elected officials. So we shared some guidance yesterday after the Haggerty team was approached with this question. So we kind of huddled as a team and discussed it and reviewed the applicable guidance provided by Treasury. Now, the final rule that came out early January did provide some additional guidance saying essentially that elected officials, by and large, aren't eligible to receive premium pay. But this really comes down to a factual analysis of each position. Now, essentially, if someone has kind of financial or budget authority over these state and local fiscal recovery funds as provided by ARPA, that elected official, in all likelihood, would not be eligible to receive premium pay. Now, however, if it's an elected official that doesn't really have direct control over these funds, that would more so hinge on a case-by-case basis that would have to really kind of determine whether or not this position, like I said, has any authority over these funds and is really able to kind of enrich themselves through kind of appropriating money towards their own position. So while the final rule did kind of bring some additional clarity, they also muddied the waters a little bit as you kind of get further and further away from financial authority over these funds in terms of elected officials.
So your recommendation is what exactly, based on these new?
I don't really want to provide a direct recommendation since you folks are kind of the direct administrators of these funds. That's something I'd prefer to leave to the commissioner's court. Now, the more conservative, what I will say is the more conservative course of action is not to extend premium pay to elected officials. But I don't want to mislead you folks and say it's a hard no in the final rule. The final rule does not come down and say any elected official is forbidden from receiving premium pay. It's not quite that clear cut necessarily.
So then we could stick with what we've done and just acknowledge.
And then just acknowledge that we'll take it over. And then
if
the justification would be a fact issue. And what they told me in Treasury that day was that, look, make your justification, but a lot of it has to do with the disconnect of how Treasury, they don't understand really what a constable does or a sheriff does in that interaction. So I think that as long as the court puts it on the record that we're going to take care of it and the exposure is 40,000, I think we're fine.
I think we've more than done that today, but if you want to make another motion, Judge, that's fine too. And then
As long as we're acknowledging that that's going to be the course of action.
Right, because at this point, it doesn't sound like it's a hard no. So what the hope would be is that on this one, we would be able to recoup it as ARPA funds. And if we're not, then we have, by this discussion and many others, acknowledged that we're willing to absorb that if we have to.
Yeah.
Because it's the right thing to do, I think. And then I guess, Dale, I'm back to my question of, I don't know how to make a decision on these other percentages until I get some more numbers from you, because I can't just guess on what it's going to be. And there's got to be a way, like the judge said, we could use averages. I mean, we have to have some way of making an educated decision, and averages is certainly a solid start for me. So, I mean, I'm willing to push this back again. I hate to keep doing this because we're just going to have, but I mean, if we keep pushing this back, but we make a decision in March, that's still, that's not considered retro pay, right? That's just considered, because I don't want to not be able to go back to that October timeframe, which is what I think we're around, right? We're still able to go back, even though, because we're not calling this retro, we're just trying to figure out if we're doing it right. Right?
Since we already made the first payment of the 20% of the law enforcement, would be the second session of the bounce starting at the end of December. So we wouldn't go all the way to October, but we'd go back to December when we would count their time.
I mean, as long as I would think we would go back. I would think we could go back to wherever we started this amount. I thought that's what Francisco had said we could do too, but I maybe not. I don't want to put words in your mouth. So
this is something I'd like to discuss in executive session.
Okay.
Okay,
Judge,
then
I
how
guess
about
we
if
need to go
we
to
pass on this one for the moment?
Okay.
All right?
Thanks. And we probably need to have Dale in executive session on this one.
That's
please.
fine.
Yes.
And then also, I'll move on to item number 9. And item number 9 is the annual merit increase for health district employees. And again, we dealt with this one in executive session with our employment expert, and we don't do this, the city of Corpus Christi does, but I'm happy to hear your explanation, Francisco. I don't see how we interfere at all with this. This is a city decision, and
I think, Judge,
all we do is just acknowledge.
Isn't it moot? These people aren't,
I think it is.
no, I mean, it's moot because they're not at the health district. They're not county employees anymore. They're not our employees anymore now.
I think the
And-
question is, were they owed anything in the past?
The way the city works is it's based on the date of hire, so depending on when the date of hire is on some of these employees, may get a small increase in salary from when their date of hire is till when they leave and go to the city.
Yeah.
So could be a small increase.
I would just let the city handle it.
Right, so then we would just pass on this.
I mean, I'm just saying, well, let the city, they should be the one to determine what.
Unless they're asking us. Are they asking us? Because I don't think they are. I thought well, hold on, Julie, would you have information to reveal?
Yes, these employees get a 2.5% or a 5% increase on their anniversary date. So going back to October 1st. So some of them have already received it, but there's about 7 of them that have not received it.
Okay.
And so they're due that increase through February 28th.
And so are you looking for a directive? I mean, Dale, is there an issue here from your perspective, since your office is the one that issues these checks?
We're saying these are proposed increases in the salary. We have not increased the salary for these individuals. So from going from October 1 to February 28th, there could be a small increase in hourly rates for these employees, which could mean there is a liability of wages to be paid.
No, these are not anniversary rates. The city told me these were merit increases that are based on some thing that they go through and do. So these are performance-based that we didn't know anything about, that I know it's been going on forever, but we never saw them. So these are not anniversary increases. These are merit increases.
Wait, there's two.
If they didn't have any disciplinary action taken in the previous year on their anniversary date, they would get a 2.5% increase.
Yeah, and just so you know, there's a bifurcation, Brent. You're right on some, but not right on others. So let's just take the non-exempt employees.
Judge, hold on. The only thing that's posted today is the merit increases. So we did not have any posting for this 2.5% thing, because this was not what I brought up, and I can't remember if I put this on or Mr. Gonzalez or somebody put it on. I don't even know what you're talking about on the 2.5%. We brought to the table this merit stuff that we learned about that we didn't know was going on. So the only thing that's posted today are the merit increases.
Okay,
those
but
are what that we're supposed to be talking about, and the merit
Those are
ones
the ones
are.
that are in question, the 5%.
It's one and the same.
It's the same.
It's not. That's not what they explained to me. The city said they have to go through a rating system.
Okay, but that's not what Tanya Weber discussed with us. Just so we know, Julie, isn't it accurate that it's an automatic merit increase, 2.5%, unless they've been disciplined?
Correct.
It's automatic, and it dates back to the anniversary. And the reason it's on the agenda is because the auditor's office has not released that payment. And we need to have an action to direct the auditor's office to release that payment. Now, there are some employees that had eligibility based on exempt status for merit. And by the way, it's not an automatic 5, it's up to 5.
Correct.
And the city makes their own determination as to what that number is. And that also is being held up.
Correct.
And I'm not sure what the disconnect is. The reason it's on the agenda is because it's our office holding up what they're entitled to, and we don't decide what they're entitled to, but we are holding up their payroll, and that's why we need to direct the auditor to release those funds as directed by the city of Corpus Christi.
That's correct. Everything you said is correct, Judge.
But you're telling me you don't know of the merit system that's in place that the city explained to me had to be done, that it wasn't automatic, that there had to get this 5% raise, that they had to be evaluated and scored. Are you telling, you're not?
And they have.
None of them, but none of them were signed.
Yes.
The forms that we got weren't signed.
But that is different than the 2.5%. That is what the disconnect is, Judge. There are two separate things here.
Because there's two separate categories, Commissioner.
Exactly.
There's
And so we have not-
non-exempt employees and there's exempt employees.
Right, and so I was only posted to discuss the 5% merit raises on the exempt employees, because this is.
No,
not-
I did that, I posted this, and that was not the intention. It was to make certain that these people whose payroll is being held up does not get held up.
It's not posted wrong. A merit increase is not an automatic anniversary increase.
Let me
That's
just
not what
say
they
this.
call it.
I understand that the word may mean that, but that's how it was presented on all the agendas regarding the 2.5%. All we did was follow the same language. And Julie is here to testify as the HR that that is exactly what it is, the 2.5%. If it needs to come back on the 16th for your business, that's fine. But I'm telling you that we followed the exact verbatim language that the city uses to describe the 2.5%.
And Judge, I'm telling you, because I believe you did not put this on originally. I believe one of myself or Commissioner Gonzalez did, and I don't remember who, but it was not.
It was Commissioner Gonzalez.
Okay. It was put on because the 5% portion was the part that heartburn was had with. The automatic 2.5%, I've never even had a heartburn about that. I don't know who held that part up, because that should, if that's an anniversary thing,
Right
that's
here.
a completely, no,
Auditor's
that's a
office.
completely different, okay, but that's let me finish. That is a completely different category. The only thing that I had heartburn about was the 5% merit portion of it. That's what this agenda item was posted as. It was not posted on the anniversary thing. If the auditor held that stuff up too for the 2.5%, then I don't know why the auditor held that up. I'm not criticizing. He may have thought he needed to, because we were asking about this 5% thing. So I don't care. No, I don't have any complaint with the automatic anniversary thing. My issue is with the merit increase, of which I do not agree should happen in the way it's happened. Okay, so
Okay.
if you want to sever out the 2.5%,
I'd love to sever it.
Sever it out, because
Sever it.
nobody even put that on the agenda.
Let's help
that I
as
know
many
of.
people as we can
Nobody
today.
put that on the agenda, Judge.
I did, and I discussed it.
I don't have a problem with the 2.5% either.
Okay.
Just the 5% that I was aware of.
Okay, so let's take to the 2.5%. It's very clear to the court manager that
That's not even on the agenda.
he says it's not on the agenda. It sounds like there's no discrepancy. Dale, do you have any questions with regards to the 2.5%?
Zero.
Okay, as to what's on the agenda now that we've bifurcated it, and I'm happy to discuss it again if we need to, but that 5% is an up to 5% and has nothing to do with any of us here in this community of Commissioners Court. That's up to the city, and it's a city policy.
Correct.
And all we do is pay what the city tells us to pay.
Correct.
And that's all we're saying, is that if the city gives the direction to the county auditor needs to follow that direction. We do not get to say how they do their merit. It just, they follow the city policies, and we
According
just
to
have.
the agreement that we
According to
had
the
in
agreement.
place.
And all we
The
do
previous agreement.
is let our auditor pay for it. So I'm asking you what the concern is to following the city policies. We made a commitment now to follow city policies as of March 1st, and we had a commitment then to follow city policies
So what
previous.
are we talking about, 2.5 or 5?
We're talking about
There's-
whatever the city tells auditor to pay.
There's 4 employees.
The
and-
city, excuse me, Julie, the city, and you got a copy of this, sent a letter saying that based on what they were looking at, those people did not qualify for the 5%. And you got a copy of that too, and I got a copy of it saying that they would not qualify, and it was never signed. I didn't see any signed copies on there.
I'm sorry, I don't know which document you're talking about.
Well,
that-
whoever had the 5%, and I don't know how many there were, but
There's 4 employees in question,
okay.
and they are exempt employees. And the policy that we've always followed is in the previous contract that we've had with the health district, that would say that whatever we pay according to what the city pays. And this year, the city
But the
decided to
city said
pay.
no. The city said no this year.
They pay up to 5% this year.
They said no. They said they didn't think they qualify for it.
So I don't know what that document is. I have a suggestion.
And I don't know about the 2.5%. I mean, I don't know is that on the agenda here, or do we need to set it up for next meeting?
Well, we need to pay these people out that have separated.
I'm going to ask the county attorney who's sitting in the chair to please either take this to executive session or to please provide some guidance, because this is a recurring theme that we have already discussed ad nauseum, and we just need to get you guys to speak so that we can have some clarity here. It's our understanding from our last executive session that the advice was it's the city who makes the determination and we pay our employees. That's it. If you could provide more clarity, it would be great. Commissioner Gonzalez has a document. I'd say please get it, get clarity from the city, and give it to the auditor. But these people's checks need to be paid, and that's what's being held up right now. All we're looking for is clarity. Clarity from the city. It's very simple. We don't decide. They do.
It has nothing to do with the 2.5, because I don't know. I never knew about 2.5. So this has nothing to do with the 2.5. We should have paid it. We should have paid it.
We should have paid it. It's being held, just so you know, it's been held up for how many months?
Well, I don't know why.
No, I'm asking Julie.
Since January 1st.
Since January 1st. So we want to make sure that that gets
So we owed them
taken
for
care of.
January and February.
Okay.
And of course, they separated on February 28th, so it's not going to be an issue
Okay, so
any
just
longer.
January and February, and then as to these four.
No, the 5%, Commissioner.
And just so you know, we don't even know if the four got 5. It's up to whatever the city.
They all did.
They all did.
Yes.
Okay, well then that makes it easy. So that 5%, the city made that determination. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so.
You got something to say there?
It's in their policy, Commissioner, that they were.
You have the paperwork. He's more or less asking you if you have the paperwork that showcases the 5%.
This year.
What they send me is a cover letter that states that they were eligible for it, and it's signed off by their supervisor or their department head. And then I also received the performance evaluations that they all had nearly perfect scores that made them eligible for the 5%.
So is there any way you could provide all that to the county attorney?
I have.
Oh, you have. So now what say you?
This is something that we should take to executive. However, there are some parts that I would like to place here on the record. One, pursuant to the previous Reformation Agreement, there was a section, and it's Section 7 of the MOU, that does talk about adopting the HR policies of the city. It says to adopt HR 4.0. Now, with respect to seeing that actual policy, we don't have it, but I believe perhaps the auditor may have that. So to an extent, we have adopted the HR policies that the city has adopted.
Okay, and I think all we're really looking for is some sort of a letter from the city that says, we concur, these 4 employees get this percentage, and that way Dale can release the check. That's it.
I have the performance evaluation and the sign-off sheet from the department head.
Okay, so we can take it to executive for further discussion, but it seems to me that, again, all we're looking for is to take care of these people who have earned and deserved this HR city policy merit increase.
Yes.
Okay. This is a city thing, city policy. All right, I guess we'll skip this one too and come back. There's no accrual of overtime at this time, Dale? I don't see. All right, well, we just need to pass on 10.
Well, you need to decide whether you wanted to continue the tracking of the future for 2 weeks.
Okay.
That's always part of it. We say there is no
Right.
overtime, but then the
I don't
court.
believe there's any issues forecasted, but I will yield to the court on this. Court?
No.
No? Okay, all right, then we'll pass on it, Dale. All right? Let's see, is Juan in the audience today?
No, Judge, he asked me to table this item, please.
He asked you to table it? Okay.
Yes.
Well, I need a motion, though. Motion and a second?
Second?
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. We're going to table to March 16th.
What number are you tabling, Judge?
B1?
B1.
So we already took the vote on 10?
No action.
There was no action, Commissioner.
State the item when you get to it, because y'all just jump around.
Good point.
I actually just said item number 10, we have no accrual of overtime, and then the tabling of the item was B1.
Number 9.
The next one was B1. And 9, we said that we were going to take it up in executive session, Kara.
No, I understand. Just for clarification.
Use your mic, I can't hear you.
For clarification, when you hit the item, maybe read the item. Y'all say B1, B2, B2, or B3, but just read the item. Judge, do you mind?
I don't.
Make a motion to table receiving the presentation from Turner Ramirez Architects for the planned renovations at the Calderon Building.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Thank you.
And then purchasing is next, and Michael's here, and he has an RFP number 3162-21, the Grant Administration and Project Management Services, the Federal Restore Act allocation.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Scott left, but if you would outline for us.
Sure, yeah, I'll cover all that. So this is the Grant Administrative and Project Management RFP number 3162-21 for the Federal Restore Act allocation. We conducted a proposal opening on February 9th. The members of the committee are Judge Canales, Commissioner Court Administration Manager Ida Hernandez, Grants Administrator Maria Padilla, and the purchasing agent myself. And then we're also advised by Scott Cross, our Coastal Parks Director. We received 5 proposals. The committee met on February 17th to conduct our evaluation. The proposals were evaluated in accordance with the selection criteria published in the RFP. The criteria included experience, work performance, capacity to perform, and proposed cost. The committee scored Grant Works Incorporated with the highest overall score. The committee recommends Grant Works Incorporated for conditional selection. And,
So move.
And can you explain what
And
this
let
is
Discussion.
for,
Yeah.
please, for the public?
So this is for the Restore Act is a large sum of money that I understand we got an update from Scott Cross this week that we
Yes.
got approval finally on.
Yes.
And we still have some work to do to finalize that.
Correct.
That contract. But this grant administrative person is going to assist us in designing whatever it is we need to do our submittals, I believe, on the grant. I think Scott's probably.
Yes,
the better
Scott actually
speaker.
is here.
Let's let Scott describe that
So
particularly.
this is all for grant admin. This is all the administrative reporting. They'll coordinate with auditor's office on financial reporting, milestones, deliverables, quarterly reports, all that. It's a lot of heavy lifting to get what we need to TCEQ to get to the Treasury Department. More so than I know I could keep up with, and I want to make sure we stay in compliance and we're audit proof as a sub-grantee. So that's what this is for. Excuse me. It's budgeted in the grant. There's money in the grant that's already been designated for this. However, one point of clarification on this. With this, it's real timely because we got those contracts yesterday for bucket 1 and bucket 2.
No, bucket 1 and bucket 3.
Bucket 3, I'm sorry. Thank you. Bucket 1 and bucket 3. Remember, and I've said this for years while they're going through this process, this is a spend and reimbursement program. They're not going to send you $7.5 million and put it right in your coffers. So we're going to have to make sure that we've got our ducks in a row for grant reporting. They'll actually help us do this, seek our reimbursements. And you can seek reimbursements every 30 days.
And just so we're clear, since this issue has come up before, so these grant administrators will charge us dollars, and then we will use the money inside the grant, which is permitted and allowed, and we follow the proper 2 CFR 200 procurement, and then we will submit those bills. So we will be paying these folks for doing the good work that will get us the big dollars. And that comes from a reimbursement, just like it does for any other federal grant, including American Rescue Plan Act. So this is the same process, and this is the recommendation by the committee.
And
Yeah,
Scott,
as
do
a
we
matter
have?
of fact, both these, your ARPA and your Restore, they both come out of Treasury.
Exactly. I just wanted to tell everybody, it's the same exact process.
And Scott, do we already have these funds available to pay?
No,
these funds?
you do not.
So
That-
how will that work?
Well, that's what,
Once we get the contract executed, the grant contract itself,
Right.
we can go ahead and select right now. We don't give these people notice to proceed just yet. We get the contract, we execute it. Once the contract's executed with TCEQ, anything we do after that is reimbursable.
Gotcha. Okay.
so we will spend and then
Scott.
submit.
So Grand Works will be the administrator, but we don't.
That's correct.
So Grand Works will be the administrator, but they won't be starting now, though, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. If we pull the trigger on them now, there is a possibility that any work that they did prior to the contract being executed may not be eligible. I would have to double check that.
No,
But
it's
I
okay.
tell you what, if I had a small amount in my budget where I could offset them to get this contract ready for us, I'd be more than happy to pay for it out of my own operating budget.
Right, but again, what he's saying is it's for this $7.5 million grant. Okay. All right, so your
Right.
recommendation by the committee, Michael?
The committee recommends Grant Works Incorporated for conditional selection, and might be a new term for y'all to hear, but what that means is upon approval of the conditional selection, purchasing will then work with Grant Works to come back and present contract documents to the court for approval of the award and execution of the contract.
So moved.
Second. Sorry, you get it. You beat me.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Just
Aye.
make sure that the conditional selection language is in the motion, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, we didn't state it real well for you.
Yeah, and it's
all
actually
right.
listed in the agenda language. We're
Yeah.
starting to use that.
She's just
as well.
wanting us to be more clear, which I get it. We go
Yes.
pretty fast sometimes.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
All right, at this time, I'll move on to item D1, which is human resources, and it's discuss and consider revising the grants administrator job description, and also looking at our calendars and setting dates for interviews. We remarked last time that Maria Bedia has moved on to another political jurisdiction, and so we need a grants administrator to take that, to have that be selected. And so, Julie, what are you looking at for both items, the calendar as well as the description?
I don't have any revisions I'm not recommending any revisions to the grants administrator position, job description. But I would like to get this job posted ASAP. And
what are you thinking you would post for how long? And
our policy states for 7 days.
okay, well, I think maybe for grants we need at least 2 weeks.
Yeah, I agree.
And then on the calendar, would you suggest that would be the following week for interviews, just if we're doing that?
That would be great, yes.
Okay.
At what level are we at? What's the amount we're paying here?
The current grants director,
I'm thinking about 80,000. I don't have that number in front of me, I'm sorry.
I wanted to say it was like 78, but that's
It
very
might be a little
close.
bit lower, right?
I can.
Call on it.
Yeah, if you could text, and that way we could, but at any rate, so
We need to vote.
is there a motion for a 2-week posting?
I'd just like to consider a little bit more for this grant. I mean, it's only got 2 people in that office, man. They do a lot of work, so I think it should be at least maybe, I don't know, 85, 89, 80.
Well, we work on a pay scale, so are you looking at a certain number? We'd have to have a number associated with it.
Whatever number it is to get us there.
At 85,000?
Yeah.
Can I,
Commissioner Chesney?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. He wasn't through.
Go ahead, Commissioner Chesney.
The other thing, too, was I wanted to make sure that since we've changed our structure here, that we needed to add some language in here that the grant administrator would also report to the county manager as other appointed department heads would, and I didn't see that in here.
I think
did-
all department heads do that now.
Right, but it's not in here, and I think it's just.
In other words, change it to the description?
That's it. Just
All right,
because
if you
we've-
would make that revision, I mean, that reflects current policy. You don't need to have a motion for
I get it,
that.
but I think it's fair to tell people who they're going to be reporting to that are applying, that's all. I mean, the rest of it looked fine to me. and that was the only added
All
I
right.
had. So I did kind of look through this and couldn't really come up with anything else. I just wanted to make sure the court had a
So-
chance to look at it.
So pending that description, supplement that restates our own policies, Julie, I think you have your marching orders.
Okay.
What, 85, Judy, what's the level in that?
What's the level?
Yeah,
I would have to get the pay group on
Okay,
it.
all right, okay.
And so if we're doing that, is that going to be a general, that would require a motion for a budget change if that is what the court desires. I know that that would be in keeping with taking care of the,
Well, or Judge, do we look at, the question is, do we look at a third person? I'm not saying we shouldn't pay more. I'm just saying if we don't feel like
well, we usually do that during budget.
I get it. But because
let me-
this came up, I'm
something
just
to think about,
responding.
though.
I'm just responding to the commissioner's comments about that.
Right, well,
Maybe
if you
instead
take,
of that, we should look for.
if you take the current,
The grants administrator is at pay group 34. The starting pay for pay group 34 is 73,403.
Okay, I'm sorry.
plus the 10% premium pay.
They would only get up to 70.
Oh, that's right, to
78.
78. Okay, so they would make 78. So again, if that's the will of the court, I don't know if we've noticed it correctly, Francisco, for that change, but I suppose you could make a liberal interpretation of revising the job description, and then therefore you could make the argument that the pay increase is part of that. But again, I don't know if that's a motion you're making or not, or.
Y'all make a motion.
Can I recommend to
Well,
Commissioner, if we can wait until budget to increase
Well, no, I'd like
the
to go ahead and
salary?
make a recommendation, we go ahead and consider that increase to $85,000.
Say again?
85,000.
We're only paying 73 now.
Yeah, we're paying 73.
Okay, so what,
Well,
your motion is,
73 plus the 10%, you said?
which goes up to 78, because that's the max.
All right, go to the max, I guess. We can't go higher than that. I guess in budget time, we could go higher than that, right?
The budget position for this particular salary position is a pay group 34. Pay group 34, step one, is at 73,403. And if we add the 10% of that, is $7,340. So you then add those on top together, as we're talking about, that'd be close to 80,000 would be include everything inclusive. And then if someone comes in brand new, that's where they'd start.
And did we give a pay raise to this position over the last budget, or?
No.
do you recall?
No.
Oh, we did?
No.
And
The pay
the,
group for
Yeah.
$84,822 is a pay group 37.
okay, so that's your motion,
That's my
Commissioner
motion.
Gonzalez?
Yeah.
To move it to a pay group
And your
37?
second is that Commissioner Chesney, that's a second?
And what was his, I don't know, here's,
It's pay grade 37.
and that goes to what?
It goes to
84,822.
84,000.
I don't second that, sorry.
Say it again?
No, I'm not seconding that.
You're not seconding that?
73 to 84? No.
All right, Commissioner Mott is
We gotta get
second.
somebody good in
All
there.
right, and,
But then they're going to get 84.
all right, and they won't do premium pay, but they'll have the 84.
Correct.
Because y'all approve premium pay, they would qualify for premium pay as well?
They'd get premium pay also on top
Yes.
of 84?
Yes.
Okay, but
I thought there was a
I thought there was a
cap,
cap.
For them, even at 34, they wouldn't get, they get only a few $1,000s because their cap is 76,000.
Well, right, but I think that's what we're saying, is that if we
Yeah,
did
if you
this,
go
we would
30
not
if
do
you
the
go- yeah,
premium
if you go-
pay, right?
Yeah, if you go to 37, there would be no premium pay, correct?
Okay, all righty. Now we kind of get organized here.
Okay.
All right, so you've got the motion and the second, and, okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign?
No.
All right, got one no and two noes? All right, thank you. So you'll get that posted. I did think you heard I don't know if we need a motion for 2 weeks, but I hope that you hear the directive is probably best for 2 weeks. Would you prefer a motion, Francisco, to do the 2 weeks posting, since usually she just does 7 days?
Yes, I think we
I
would
think
prefer
that's
motion.
fine. I'll make the motion for 2 week posting, and thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Just gives a chance. I mean, 7 days, wow.
Do we want to set the date for interviews yet, or not?
I'm happy to, it's part of the agenda. So if you look at that, that would be the month. Today is the,
March, the third week of March. Man, I don't know what the, let's see, March.
I mean, would we say the 24th? I don't know. You know what, Julie, if you give all the commissioners a chance, we're coming back on the 16th.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
we would
good
have the
idea.
ability to really come up with,
Yeah,
it'll give
good
us all a
idea.
chance to look at our calendars. And, but obviously, we're looking at the last 2 weeks of March.
Okay. I'll put it on the agenda to set interviews.
Okay, right. And I'm just curious, since we just voted to do that, I'm wondering where that fits for that in our Corn Ferry study, if that actually gets us to the median pay on it.
I'll have to look and see
All
as
right,
well.
I think you should bring that back on the 16th as well.
Okay.
All right, at this
Thank
time, thank you. At this time, that concludes our regular agenda items. Obviously, we did pass on a few. Then I'm going to move us into executive session, and I'm giving public notice at this time that Commissioners Court may go into executive session at this time is authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. So also, this is in accordance with the authority of Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551, 071, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 86, and 87. We're going to have a Commissioners Court executive session to consult with our attorneys relating to litigation, real property, gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, economic development negotiations, and any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. At this time, for the clerk, it's 11:49 a.m. I'm also going to ask Connie to take us off our video, our mics down, ask everyone who's not a part of executive session to clear the courtroom. And
Before you go, can I ask one more thing?
certainly, let me just
I'm sorry.
finish. And that's, Dale, they've asked you to stay, so if you would, we'll take your item first. But in the effort to be thoughtful, I'd like to come back in 10 minutes so we can take a ladies' room break, and then we'll go into executive session. And again, the time is 11:50. Commissioner Chesney?
Yes, ma'am. On the education, on the grants people, the way I'm reading this is it's a master's in public or business administration, urban studies, planning, or related field, and a minimum of 2 years related, or a bachelor's degree with a minimum of 4 years of related experience. So, right, it doesn't have to have a master's. It just has to have a BA with
That's correct.
some related experience, right? So that would be, okay, I'm just making sure, because I don't want to, I never want to eliminate a good candidate that might have great work experience. So okay, thank you.
Is that one for?
Commissioner, usually they're
the mics. Bring us back up, Connie, and the time is 3:25 p.m. And we've got, a few pieces of business to conclude coming out of executive session. And I'll try to be methodical for the clerk, because look, some of them are executive session, and some of them are the ones that we passed on that I'll go back to.
Okay.
Okay, and I will call them out. So, on the first issue, and I'm just taking them in order, Kara, there is a motion to address A, and the motion is to allow Ernest Watering, our outside counsel, to respond to the letter regarding Padre Bayi Park.
Your Honor, excuse me.
Yes.
But I believe the executive session was only for a consult item. I don't see it another place on the agenda for any action.
It says discuss and consider.
It says discuss and consider response to letter,
In A. It's actually in the A.
and of course I was following.
It's
Okay,
okay.
right, no worries. The motion stands, and I'll ask for a second. Second, okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
Abstain?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And there's no action on item B, okay?
I guess there was, Judge, there was a motion on that one.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Oh.
Did we?
Oh, but that was the one where we don't have it
That's
posted, right?
correct.
That was the one. We were, okay, never mind. We were good.
On the last one?
Yes.
Yes, aye. Okay.
Yeah, number 8.
Thank you.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Okay, no action on B.
Okay.
And on item C and D and E, are there any actions to be taken at this time?
Judge, I believe on C, we were going to make a motion to clarify with the city.
Correct? And we asked that the county attorney do that for us.
Right, so I didn't know if you wanted it as a motion or not.
Okay, I'm happy to do it. I'd make the motion that the county attorney work with HR to please clarify that portion that was discussed regarding the
I think it was C and D, maybe, Judge.
Yes,
merit,
C and D.
the merit pay.
I guess C and D are kind of related.
They really are related.
Yeah, I think so. However you
For
want to do
health district employees. And I'd like a second.
it. Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then on item E, it's our intention to be provided some additional information on March 16th.
Judge, that was a motion to instruct the auditors to meet with union representatives.
Correct.
And come back with an agreed recommendation, if possible, between the union and the auditor.
And that union, let's just go ahead and, it's the collective those law enforcement, the union regarding the law enforcement.
ARPA pay, yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
I think that also, there might have,
And then, let me see if, and let's clean that up. So there's a motion, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And it also, that relates to item number 8 on the regular agenda and item E on the executive session for the clerk.
Correct. Again, the motion for clarification that relates back to item 8 on American Rescue Plan Act, premium pay as it relates to law enforcement and the Nueces County Collective Bargaining Agreement. Our intention is to direct the auditor and the small working group to go and visit again with the members that represent law enforcement and to bring back a recommendation regarding premium pay by next court, which would be March 16th. And that's my motion, and how about a second? I'm sorry, motion, and I'll do the second.
You did second.
Okay, that's fine. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'm going to look to you, Francisco, to see if there's anything else left except for a letter I on consent. Nothing else, guys, right? Are they? Nothing else? Okay, and then so on letter I, which we also delayed for executive session, is there a motion regarding a letter I on CSP number 3187-21?
Judge, I would have two motions on that. I don't know if they should be made together or separately, so I'll make the first one and then come back around to a motion of direction after that. I would make a motion to reject all bids on letter I.
Okay, I'll second. Is there any other discussion? All right, motion and a second.
You need all bids and start over again?
That's my next motion, yes, sir.
Okay, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye?
No.
Okay, one no. And then what's your next motion?
Judge, I would make a motion to instruct the county purchasing agent to send this out for the IFB bid, where this would be completely low bidder, no scoring, no committees, just the low bidder, and to include in that the significant change that the reef has to be bid on in that motion, and that be expedited and posted for a period of the minimum of 2 weeks and brought back to the court at the next possible meeting. Obviously, that's probably not the 16th, but by March 30th for a selection at that point.
And Commissioner, I'll just add a little detail, which is when we say the reef, you mean for the debris to be moved to a location to create a reef?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's a motion, and is there a second? Okay, motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
One no. Opposed, same sign. He did it already. Didn't get it out quick enough. All right, and okay, so that does conclude the court's business as I see it on the agenda for today, including the executive session items, as well as, all of the other items that were taken to executive session. We are going to move to adjournments in memory, and I have two. So I'll start off. They're both very, very sad for me because they were both very great personal family friends. I'll start with Victoria Ann Garza. She was affectionately known as Miss Vicky. She passed away peacefully in her home on February 24th, 2022. She was born in 1932 in Beeville, Texas, to Pio and Rosalina Naranjo. She grew up in South Texas, graduated from Robstown High School, and married Ernest Garza in June of 1955. Her first job out of high school was with the State Welfare Office, and this was the beginning of Miss Vicky's aspiration to empower those less fortunate and find opportunities to uplift everyone around her. Her passion was to encourage minorities and women to have a voice in politics and to be able to participate in the election system. It was this passion that sparked her interest in serving on numerous boards. She was a trailblazer, and a list of firsts that opened the doors for those that followed. Among her many accomplishments, she was the first Hispanic woman to be appointed to a 3-person commission of the Texas Department of Human Services by Governor Mark White. She was also elected as the first Hispanic woman as the treasurer of the Texas Democratic Party and the first layperson appointed to the Texas State Bar Association Grievance Committee. She was an active member of the Nueces County Democratic Party, where she held various positions, including president and chairwoman. She served as the Corpus Christi Women's Political Caucus president, which was a multi-partisan effort that helped organize women statewide to lobby for ERA in the early 1970s. And she was vice president of the Coastal Bend Texas Mexican American Women's Political Caucus. In 1988, she enrolled in St. Edward's University, received her degree in public administration, and shortly before that retired from the Texas Workforce Commission. She served as chairwoman, and she was on the board of MHMR, which we now call MHID, and she served on the RTA and was the advisory director for Nueces County. No accomplishment in Miss Vicky's life was greater than the love she had for her family and friends. Her gregarious personality afforded her the opportunity to make many friends. Miss Vicky treated every person she met with dignity, respect, and admiration. She was the life of any party, regardless of the setting. Her hobbies included gardening, traveling, and socializing. And I love this, and aspiring to make the perfect margarita. They would like to, her family would like to acknowledge the compassion and care given to her by Lydia Silvas. And as a matter of fact, her celebration of life begins in just a little while. The visitation begins at 5 o'clock and rosary at 7. Look, Miss Vicky Garza was an icon for any female in politics. And she was just a powerhouse in South Texas. And I'm just very, very saddened at this incredible loss of this great lady. And I know so many of us here knew her and loved her, and it was the highlight of my life that she was one of my captains when I ran. And so I know she'll be with me again in spirit in November. Commissioners, I know you wanted to add. Either one, Commissioner Modis.
Sure. Thank you for sharing that, because I didn't know many of those stories about her, but I knew Ms. Vicki, Mrs. Garza, as I always refer to her, as just a neighbor, and we lived in the same neighborhood, and she was there at the very beginning when I ran for and got elected to city council, and she was always just a supporter and always just the perfect professional in how she conducted herself, and how she got people excited about participating in the political process. And even though she was a partisan, she always was just positive about encouraging people to get out and to vote. And so I think what a perfect year and an election year to celebrate her life, and especially on this special day as well. And so I was really saddened to hear about her passing, and we'll miss her. My family will miss her, and she was just a dear, great friend and supporter. And so very saddened of her loss.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Ms. Vicky Garza was a great pioneer in this community. She also was a great mentor to young women, especially those that want to get involved into politics. She was like an A1 politician, and she was a very strong Democrat. She would tell you what she felt and didn't hold back. She will be missed, and our prayers and condolences go out to the family, and hopefully, and God be with them.
It must have been the week that God wanted to send home all the icons, because we lost Willie Davila on the same week. And Willie Juarez Davila was a faithful servant to God and earned his wings after living a full life of 96 years in Corpus Christi. He was born in 1926 to Nicholas and Luisa Davila in Kaufman, Texas. He grew up on the western edge of Nueces County, and years later his brothers and Willie would buy a ranch in Duval County, Texas, where they raised cattle. Willie and his wife Maria worked to ensure his children did the things the right way, respected others, and did well in school, and they passed this on to their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Willie was a strong person, a hard worker, a positive thinker, a risk-taker, but above all, a person of Christ. He attended St. Joseph Catholic Church. He ran a gasoline station, a small trucking operation, and bought and sold properties. He retired from the Naval Air Station in Corpus Christi as a supervisor. Willie was one of the individuals who was instrumental in helping Dr. Hector Perez Garcia start the American GI Forum, along with being a founding member of the American GI Forum, the Dr. Hector P. Garcia chapter. He was a loyal member to whatever Dr. Hector needed help with, and he was a part of the group that traveled with Dr. Hector throughout Texas and other states, helping create chapters in various cities and states. When the Texas Rangers, or Rinchas as they were called amongst the Mexicanos, were trying to arrest Dr. Hector, Willie, along with the others, would help hide Dr. Hector and protect him with their lives while on the road. Willie was one of the men. 3 men stayed by Dr. Hector's side until he died, and one of them was Willie Davila. They played dominoes every Saturday when they were in Corpus. Willie was a devout member of the American GI Forum and continued helping the chapters after the doctor's passing. Willie's predeceased by the following family members: his wife and his parents and his brothers. And he has a beautiful family that he's left behind, and children, grandchildren, and nieces and nephews. And our greatest sympathy goes out on behalf of, I know all of us, but in particular to the Garcia and Canales family. This was a very, very, this is the passing of the last of the Mohicans, okay? And we're still fighting the fights that Willie fought, and at Dr. Hector's side, And I'm afraid that our people have forgotten the sacrifices that Dr. Hector and Willie and all of them have made. And I know that because of the problems that we're having now in this country and in this state and even in our own community. But Willie Davila serves the testament to what it means to fight for injustice. And he lived a great life. And he taught us, those of us that only heard the stories, that when it's time to make certain that injustices are called out, that we stand up like Willie did. So our greatest condolences to the Davila family. I actually have a few more, but I think that I'm going to wait because I've decided I really love it when you print them out and you really get a chance to remark on these incredible people's lives. And so thank you again for making certain that we have these adjournments in memory at the end of every meeting. It's 3:41 p.m. and we'll call it at that time. For the clerk, we are off the record and take us down off